right, we're live.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to FAB Gauntlet Week 3. Pretty interesting matchup here in the first game. We're actually open the tournament to international players for the first time this week, and on the left side here is going to be maybe someone you guys know. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about these players? All right, and my video is off, but I'm here. But Rob, why don't you tell us a little bit more about these players we got on the board?
All right, cool. Yeah, hey, what's going on? Yeah, so we got, let's see, we have Jordan and Ryan playing here, and then the two heroes we got Ira Crimson Haze and Kano.
Yeah, Jordan. I think he's from New Zealand. I don't really know him. Hold on, let me do a quick Google search.
Yeah.
Jordan Nelson Fossil. Yeah, you're right on the Google there.
Yeah.
Top 8 at the Blitz event. Pretty prolific player. Very well known to be an Ira master. So interested to see how this match will go.
Nice. Yeah, I think we'll have a good match here. Two, pretty high meta heroes. I'm pretty sure. So.
Yeah, it looks like we got Kano going first, getting that counter on Tunic. Just see if how he plays out this first turn. He gets the E-Pot. One thing to know is the Ira is on the Null Rune 3. Does have the Snapdragon Scalers available. And playing Needle.
Yeah, absolutely. Needle's definitely a clutch. You have to play the Needle against the Wizard to really put that pressure on.
Yep.
I don't really see the Kano deck playing defense reactions. Maybe like a couple blue unmovables here and there, but
Yep, I think even if your opponent is playing the blue movables, you still play the Needle. You saw kind of one of the best turn ones you can get on Kano if you're not playing Energy Potion on that turn one is going to be that Voltic Bolt Red, because it's going to get damage through. So we see Jordan going down to 17 life here in the first turn.
Going to be interesting, with just trying to get the good hands. I think for Kano is definitely how you're going to win against Ira. Ira, the deck plays a lot of blue, so.
Yeah, 100%. The deck plays a lot of blue, but also this new Ira deck is most likely going to be harder for Kano to deal with, the aggressive line. Dealing with, having those leg taps, those hurricane techniques, the double Razor Reflex, like that's brutal. For a while there, a lot of Ira decks were cutting the Razor Reflex because it was pretty bad in the mirror, but now I think this list is playing too.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you.
Looks like we may be having a technical issue on Jordan's end, by the way.
Yeah, he's from the other side of the world, so I mean it's probably gonna be kind of hard to connect. Sometimes does, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see if I can kind of like shuffle his hand a little. See if that does anything.
Looks like he has flipping the cards. Sorry guys, bear with us while we try to figure this one out.
Okay, I think
all right, sweet.
I can see him
Good
now.
To go.
All right, cool. So we're seeing a fine center pitch here.
Yep, coming in Kadachi for 1.
Yeah, Kadachi for 1. The old classic Kadachi for 1. Needle for 3.
Yep, Needle for 3.
It'll be interesting. I think maybe we'll talk a little bit about the post Ira, post drone ban. I think that I'll be honest with you, just from playing in a couple skirmishes this week and stuff like that, I feel like the maybe aggressive style Ira deck is just not tailored to beat the warrior deck. And that fatiguey, but it
definitely not in fatigue. Definitely not.
It definitely goes back and forth now, and it really depends on the draws of both heroes. As opposed to where before like there was like a fatiguey style deck with like a ton of defense reactions and then drone of brutality not being there anymore. I think that deck is just done. I can't imagine that that deck even just really survives much without drone, because then once they just block out the attacks, and I don't know. I haven't really seen effective substitutions for drone yet. I don't know what it would
Yeah,
be.
so essentially what you're talking about is the kind of the end of control IRA in a sense. It doesn't mean that a control version of IRA is not possible in the future, but IRA had this sort of win condition through drone brutality where pretty much no decision you made in the game really affected that, and it was always going to be there. So IRA could burn cards, play cards. It just didn't matter, right? Drone was there.
Yeah.
IRA control could still come back, or and I mean this is just a broader topic in general. Is just control decks as a whole is having these end game win conditions. You can do that with last ditch effort, and there's a multitude of ways. But I think that rather than trying to end up with 0 cards and last ditch effort your opponent for 16, might be a bit more effective. And easier just to kind of play the aggro version, which we even saw people playing while drone was still a thing. So maybe it's just a stronger deck regardless of drone brutality, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would be cool to see something like last ditch effort be put in and used effectively. It gets so crazy when you just have no deck left.
For sure. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze on playing LDE and in IRA.
Yeah.
But it is one of those cards that's definitely kind of is going to see more play now that drone brutality is gone.
Yeah, for sure. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing the Kano player at 13. We're seeing the Ira player still at 17 here.
Yeah, Ira at 17, Kano at 13. Pretty standard. Kano blocked out that turn. Just going to go kind of straight back to Ira here. He did. So one thing to note is he did pitch the Stir the Aetherwinds to the bottom of the deck. He used the Crucible of Aetherweave to intentionally put it there. So that does lead to me to think that he's thinking about OTK. He's thinking about the end game. Whether he will get there, I doubt it. With this aggressive Ira line, it just seems really unlikely that this Kano deck's going to be able to get to the bottom of his deck and see his pitch again. Especially with the leg taps and the double razor, it's just going to be really hard.
Yeah, I definitely would guess that he's not playing the Kano player is not playing like a OTK style deck.
Yeah, so the way it works with like OTK Kano is that it's not really a deck archetype in a sense. It's just that every Kano has the package. You didn't see him do it, but usually what you do is you pitch 4 to 6 blues, and then you would pitch your OTK combo, whether that's Stir, Blazing, Stir Fork, Blazing. There's a multitude of cards, right? But you set up this kind of final hand where you draw up your blues, and then you're able to go Kano, and then rip off these really strong red cards off the top and play them instant speed on your opponent's turn. While it's not an archetype, and pretty much every Kano deck has the ability to do it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter about the deck he has. I just don't think that he's gonna get there against an Ira on the aggressive line because it's already hard enough. But if they have double razor, I don't know how many Tomo Fiendals he's playing. Maybe he's playing 2, but still trying to get there against double razor and Snapdragon Scale is gonna be rough.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we're seeing some damage come through. I think the Kano player definitely needs to start trying to pound in some damage.
Yeah, I mean, opted to block with 2 cards there, so it'll be interesting to see how much he's able to put out here after taking kind of a significant amount.
Yeah, the Kano deck's very cool. It can, just being able to play at instant speed, man, it's just kind of crazy. Definitely just plays on a whole different axis, than the game is like designed. It's definitely interesting.
Especially when you see an Aether Spindle for 5 here, I believe. Most likely going to be blocked for 3, so going to get that op 2. But get 2 damage in. Anything that gets the IRL player kind of closer to that 5, 7, 8 range is going to make Kano's life a lot easier.
Yeah, Kano's definitely, Ira. The Ira player needs to just keep applying pressure and not letting the Kano player, any room to breathe. I think that's kind of how you beat the deck and whatnot. And we might see next turn, we might see some serious pressure.
Yeah, I mean, with the Kano player already at 7, he is. So you do see the opt, and he does put one card on top. He's drawing into it, of course. But at 7 life, he can't really afford to not block Ira completely. So he's going to be committing a card or something. So it's going to be pretty hard to pull off this, any big combo if he does decide to block at all. But with that life total, he's going to be forced to block almost no matter what.
Looks like we're seeing an E strike for 8 here. Probably going to pop Snapdragon. Still has 2 resources floating.
Yep, E strike for 8. 2 resources floating, 1 card in arsenal. Snapdragon Scaler is available. So I agree with you. I'd not be surprised. Looks like the Kano player in response is going to Talismanic Lens, kind of realizing this is his chance to kind of either kill him or die. We see the energy potion pitched, revealing a Sonic Boom. That's a good one.
It's pretty good.
Especially chaining Sonic Boom into Sonic Boom. And I believe this is a blind Kano coming up. Unless it's going to be Crucible.
It's going to Sonic Boom for 4 here. It's taking the 4. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that just means he has a 2-cost card in his arsenal, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Still has the boots up, has the tunic to pop the boots. It's going to be interesting to see what the Kano player can hit off the top here, I think. Ooh. And just bricked on whatever was on top there, it looks like. That's unfortunate. Maybe.
Ops to Kano the Tome. Because they couldn't Sonic Boom it, it would have to be a wizard card.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, so now he's going to draw 2 off of that.
Okay. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, to be honest, Kano doesn't have too much to work with here, I don't think. Jordan is down to 11, but pitching the Blazing Ether. Well, he's got it in hand, we know that now. Considering what to pitch.
Yeah, I think you need to hang on to Blazing Aether here.
Yeah, most likely, right?
You've already done, 5 damage? It's potential that he just has a bunch of blues, but who knows what's in Arsenal for the Kano player. Oh wow, I was pitching it. Yeah, had the
Gaze.
Oh wow, okay. Well, maybe he's gonna try to find another.
Yeah, so this Gaze the Ages is gonna come back to hand. So I'm not sure it's on. So 3, then the 1 off of Tunic. Then he pitches.
He pitched Blazing Aether for this, right?
He pitched it for boots.
Yeah, for the boots.
Yeah, so I think, he would need to do that.
Yep.
Okay, cool, awesome. So yeah, the Gazy Aegis will let him opt to, and then it will come back to his hand.
Maybe he can get like some more action. Yeah, that was tough. Just hitting Tome of Findel just kind of like bricked him, because the Sonic Boom could have been huge there if it was just a wizard card, especially if it was something like Forked Lightning or just, you know what I mean, something crazy, even like Stir the Aether Winds and something else in his hand, or who knows what's in his arsenal, could have like something like Chain Lightning or something, but it's going to be hard to get that arsenal card out now that he had to use the boots to play Gaze Aegis.
Mm-hmm.
It's rough.
Yeah, and I would say the Kano player is fully committed to either killing him because he can't even block, right? Let's say he blocks. Well, actually, he has Tunic, right? So he can block for 6. Now, he block for 6, he would take 2, and then he would die to the Command and Conquer, which is what I assume is in Jordan's arsenal.
Yeah.
Since he opted to keep that 2 resources up.
Command and Conquer, another Flying Kick.
He's used both Flying Kicks.
Oh, both of them gone? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so looks like we're going to Kano again.
Okay. See what it is. See what it is.
Yep. Probably inquiring about the resources available right now.
And he's got 2 floating, right?
Yeah, should.
Definitely interesting here. I probably would have just pitched. I'll be honest with you. I probably would have just pitched the Gaze to just blind Kano off the top instead of getting rid of Blazing Aether. I don't know. That could be completely wrong, but I just feel like Blazing Aether here is just a really strong card. Looks like
Yeah.
he's just gonna block, which
So
is
yeah, so he dies most likely
yeah.
because he takes so down to 2,
Yep.
and then there's the command and conquer,
Yeah.
and he dies.
And that's game.
And that's it. Flying too close to the sun, like any good
Yeah, for sure.
good Kano player knows. You either burn yourself out or you win the game. But yeah, it was interesting. I know that he did have to talismanic lens. He had he had in his arsenal. I know he had the talismanic lens to find the sonic boom, but if things had been sequenced a bit differently, or if he had gotten a bit luckier, sequencing is not really the correct word there. But if he had found sonic boom off the top and was able to talismanic lens in response to the sonic boom trigger, maybe could have found some better stuff. Whiffing on the sonic boom to the Tome of Fjandal most likely lost him that exchange, if he had any chance of winning it in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, he drew that second blazing aether and the gaze, I think, off of the tome. So yeah.
Yep.
And if that was like blazing aether there or just like another spell, he had both blazing aethers. That could have definitely been some serious damage.
Yep. Had to find Chain Lightning as well to turn on the blazing ether in his arsenal, since he opted to use boost to gaze.
Yeah.
Definitely a tough one to get out of. All right, sweet. It was awesome. It was awesome seeing Jordan play, seeing the international players come on the scene. I'm interested to see him kind of progress through this tournament. Hopefully, we get to see more of him later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
But awesome. Yeah, it was a great game one. Love to see Kano played. But yeah, but before we go, I just want to shout out our sponsors. We have 2 this time, both Deck Edge and Red Riot Games. Deck Edge, been with us since day one. Opens Patreon spots every single time we host these tournaments to try to get people in. And his stuff is just a solid deal. Always selling at below market rate, making playing and collecting affordable kind of to everybody. So solid guy, love working with him. And Red Riot Games, can't thank him enough for coming on and sponsoring this tournament as well. They actually have a tournament on June 5th through 6th. That's going to be for 5,000 Canadian. So
nice.
That's 2.5K to first place. That's gonna be huge.
That's pretty good, man. That's one hell of a purse, if you ask me.
Yeah, with the Monarch cards. So I'm interested to see how that one goes down. I'll definitely be playing it myself. I know I'm gonna see Rob and Swiss and knock him out.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, sweet guys. We'll see you in game 2. We're gonna take a short break.
right, we're coming back. We're back, baby. Let's go.
Awesome. What's up, guys? Welcome to game 2. We're gonna have Dante and Ira versus I Do Taxes on Dorinthia. So a bit of a classic matchup here. Probably the tall Dorinthia list. Probably, if anything that Dante's been playing in kind of telegraphs his list for today, it's gonna be the aggressive Ira. The aggressive Ira list, double razor reflex. The leg tap to hurricane technique, rising knee thrust line, all that good stuff. And then on the other end, I'm assuming it's going to be tall Dorinthia. So, luckily I do have a tall Dorinthia expert above me. So, Rob, why don't you tell me a little bit about what's going through your head and how you're going to win this game if you're sitting across from Dante right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So the classic matchup again lately in the meta, these two. Definitely Needle is scary. Playing against Needle, it's always pressuring. I'm not sure what kind of list I Do Taxis runs, but I definitely run multiple defense reactions in my list to kind of like combat the Needle and try to break it. If you can break it early, it's really good. But if it gets kind of late game, it really just doesn't even matter if you break the Needle because they've gained so much value off of just hitting you for 3 with the Needle every turn with 1 resource, and it has go again. So you're trying to definitely break that, and then you want to try to set up a big turn. I think I know the IRAs are now kind of moving more towards like an aggressive approach. So you really need to just trade blows and not give up tempo. You really need to take tempo, which Warrior looks like is going second, so that's pretty good for the Warrior player. So we'll see what happens.
What's your experience with the deck shifts? So we've gone from the control, so maybe a little bit too heavy on defense reactions, Ira list that ran Drone and Brutality, to now we're seeing this more aggressive line. I know you've kind of stuck on the tall Warrior throughout that shift in decks, and what has been your wow? That sucks.
Ooh.
We got the Razor Reef. Oh, I thought we had Razor. I was like, okay, that's gonna be tough. But what's your experience with this aggressive IRA versus the old control IRAs that used to be more popular?
Let's see, the old. So I've been kind of like going back and forth between just different builds. I've definitely been on like a taller Warrior build, but I'm kind of like doing a go wide somewhat right now. I mean, still going tall, but not running too much, like too many red overpowers or whatnot, or too many routes. Let's see here. Hang on a second. Sorry, we have a little mix-up. The Warrior player drew an extra card on accident, so yeah, probably. I mean, I just put it back. I just put it back on top of the deck. So yeah. Anyway, back to the matchup. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the tall Warrior deck still has a really good matchup against the IRA deck now, especially now that it doesn't have all the reactions and whatnot.
Yeah, so you're having an easier time against this list than the one that used to run like a movable and all the kind of like defense reactions.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? Yeah, I mean, so the newer list, whatever, it's only been running, I think, like 6 reactions with just the flick flacks. I'm seeing a couple like red sync belows here and there as well, but you don't feel like you're just running into a wall constantly. Because that fatigue style control IRA is definitely like,
yep.
Just it's tough. It's tough to get around it.
Dante opting to take 6 here, and I Do Taxes making a bit of a misplay, having go again on his weapon, but still popping the boots.
Oh yeah, that's rough.
Double go again himself. Might actually end up evening out this matchup after Dante loses his Needle on turn 1. Looks like we're gonna get a counter most likely as well. Current is 5. Donblay's coming in for 5 here.
Yeah, that's rough. So it looks like, yeah, maybe we're gonna see a counter come in. Could be rough.
Yeah, maybe Dante's got the defense reaction. Um, Zero value on boots is definitely gonna be tough. So, like, yeah, kind of getting rid of that. There we go. There's
Yeah,
a red flick flag.
it's probably the right play. Just stop it there. Don't get that counter. I mean, you rely on the boots so much. You know, if you cracked it, I mean, that's just unfortunate. Like, it's just not good.
Yep. So we're gonna see a Kadashi for one. I'm assuming there's a threat in Dante's arsenal to follow this up.
A Command and Conquer would be really good here. It's always good in
You
the
think so?
second. Yeah. Oh well.
No
Yeah, maybe
arsenal.
not.
Yeah.
You're right. I forgot there's nothing in Arsenal. But you
I
know,
think,
7
E-Strike.
damage.
Yeah, E-Strike out of Arsenal for 8, right? Is probably his best. I'd assume at this point.
Yeah. See what happens. See what's in the ninja player's hand. Okay.
Life for life.
Life for life. It's pretty good.
Yep. Pretty good as well. I know Dante. I'm pretty sure Dante runs 2 razors as well, so definitely something to keep in mind here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Razor Reflex, such a good card. Kind of slept on, but you know, I mean, it's just such a good card. Like, you always are thinking in the back of your mind as the warrior player here, like, okay, does he have a, you know, do you have a razor? Does he have a razor? You know, that's another reason why I'm running a couple defense reactions as a warrior player. Just to have that in arsenal towards the end of the game is always good as well, just in case. Okay, looks like he blocked with 2 equipment and then just an arsenal and pass. Okay, so that was pretty good for Dante. Gained the life, and he got 2 equipment blocks.
So I'm assuming that I do taxes also maybe thought that was for 4. I mean, maybe not, but I'm surprised to put two equipments in front of it to still kind of take the hit trigger.
Yeah.
But you know what, Dante? I mean, Dante's at 14, so he's not even that low, but maybe just trying to gain some more pressure back here at the full hand.
I think that was a good play. Maybe I do taxes was waiting for a third attack or something there. You know, like something we'll say like a torn a tempo or something that would give him like a mass draw and go again. I really don't know there. I don't know.
Yeah, that would have entailed, you know, Dante either razor reflexing, well then, yeah, he wouldn't have had the resources in, but it would have been Snapdragon Scalers to make that play, which I think is if Dante had popped Snapdragon there, it would have been pretty good for ID taxes. So
to make what play? To play torn a tempo?
yeah, torn a tempo on Arsenal, you need to give the life for life go again, right? So if he razored it, it would have been 3 resources.
Yeah, it had go again because he was less life, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
That's like my only thought about it.
No, you're right then. For some reason, I thought that he was the go-again was turned off, but you're totally right there.
I've also seen I've been seeing some IRA players run push the point, which could have been good as well there.
Yeah.
So it seems like it seems like, you know, a couple more good 1-cost threats coming out.
Yeah, target for Snapdragon Scalers, target for Razor Reflex.
Yeah, definitely.
Hits for 7 as on the second attack. To push the point.
Speak of the 2 cards, hey.
Yeah.
Push the point and toward tempo. Okay. Ooh, we're gonna see a red overpower here. This is interesting.
Down to 5.
Ooh.
Sorry, 6.
6. Dawnblade will get a counter. Glint the Quicksilver is just a really good card.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how much Dante can pressure I do taxes here. With, I mean, most likely Snapdragon Scalers here, I'd assume. He's got to probably threaten something to get cards out of his hand.
This is going to be interesting. We're just seeing maybe like a plus.
I'm assuming it's +2.
Yeah, it's either +2 or draw a card. I mean, he's only going to have, he has no cards in hand, I don't believe.
Yeah, no cards in hand. I don't think it's a draw because that would be the warrior holding priority on the draw trigger, so I doubt they would do this. It's probably coming in for 7 here.
Yeah, just threatening 7 damage. I think if you're warrior, I'll be honest with you, if I was warrior, I'd probably just take it.
I probably would too.
Yeah.
With Dante at 6, maybe he's got the sigil and arsenal, but I mean your Dawnblade is a counter. I mean, you probably want the full grip for that, right?
I wonder if if you're threatening potentially like a razor reflex
You
off
are.
the tunic counter. I mean, is that kind of what do you think? Is that kind of relevant here? If you
No,
just
because you take it, you're like
yeah
whatever, right? And
yeah
then it
yeah
becomes 10. You go down to 7. Same thing. Your Dawn Blade's got a counter. You want the 4 cards in hand to pressure back.
yeah for sure. Yeah, depending on the warrior's hand too. I mean, that's the problem with running a couple sigils and a couple defense reactions is, if you can have momentum, and that's where kind of like warrior's weakness is. Oh, we're seeing a push forward. That's an interesting card to be playing. Push forward to yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that's I think Warriors' weaknesses are when they just kind of like run out of gas, or they hit a wall because they've put a bunch of like defense reactions in their deck.
Yep.
There's one right there, sink below blue. I don't really play it, but I've seen a couple Australian lists that play it. I think to combat brute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Spoils and a push forward. That's
Interesting.
pretty interesting with no resources floating.
Yeah, just coming in for 8 here. Would not be surprised if we just see a card tunic, right? Sorry, not card tunic, card mask block. Or he may have the defense reaction in arsenal.
Yeah, I think you definitely are just blocking this here. I mean, even if like he gets over, he can't swing it again unless he breaks Courage of the Blade Hold. So this is an interesting play. I don't know. I mean, no cards in hand, all your damage is up front. This is kind of an easy block here, I think.
Mm-hmm. Makes me think that Dante may have had just a little bit of a weak hand here
Yeah.
with the triple block.
I mean, it was still pretty good, and then you come back, you Kodachi, you still got a tunic counter, you got your mask, you have a card in arsenal, which we don't know what that is. It's probably a threat because he went for a block like that.
Yeah, so the reason why I was surprised at the 3-card block. So it's Command and Conquer for 7, because I would I think if like one of those was a threat, he would have opted to double block with mask, because mask is like much less valuable when you don't have the second weapon.
Yeah.
To get to that third chain link. But yeah, I mean, we see, Kodachi Command and Conquer for 7 here. Just pushing damage at this point, not threatening to take away the arsenal of the warrior or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, just a CNC for 7 is just pretty good. I mean, you can't play defense reactions to it either. So, if you're stuck with, here's another example of warrior, can sometimes get stuck in bad positions because they put the couple defense reactions in the deck. If you get stuck with that in hand, you're just you're having to block with your good cards, and then you're just left with defense reactions on your turn, which is really bad.
For sure, we've seen blue shunt played, and then blue sink below pitched.
Yeah, not quite sure 100% of like, they probably play 2 shunts, 2 sink below blues, is my guess, but you never know. I mean, we've seen yellow Iron Song response. We've seen yellow push forward. You just never know what's going to come out.
Yeah, don't know the spice of this one with those additions.
Well, yeah, this is pretty good. And Dante's a very experienced player here as well.
Interesting. So opting to get rid of both red Iron Song responses when like that's like a potentially lethal attack on an underblock without defense reactions.
Oof.
Huh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Probably not the cards I would have opted to pitch. I definitely would have popped Courage here and kept the response.
This is just for 5. Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
I don't know. I think this
you
is
use the Courage on that turn, like 100%.
depending on Dante's hand. I mean, one, you're definitely blocking this, and you're probably losing mask and scales here, I think. It's just for 5. You don't even need to lose scales. Yeah, wow.
Easy block for him.
Yeah, interesting.
Surprised on the choice to keep the the yellow and not use Courage there. And get the draw.
All right, we'll see if Dante can come back with a big swing to try to gain some of this tempo back.
Yep.
We'll see what happens here.
Couldn't see the Snapdragon Scalar's turn here. He's got his tunic counter up.
I think this is
resources available.
This is definitely the turn where it's like, I have 3 cards in hand. Okay, we'll see a leg tap for 5 with go again. That's pretty good. If he can have another threat, this is just gonna be a good turn. This is the turn you need to have to really bring this game back and just turn it right over.
Oof, it's going to be a defense reaction, so losing 2 cards, that is rough for the Warrior.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a big win for Dante right there, I think.
Yep, Steelblade Shunt. The Ira player should be taking a damage here off Steelblade Shunt.
No, it's on the leg tap, so...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so we'll see Flying Kick coming in here. We'll see Courage get broken with. And then, it looks like another, a red Shunt. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. That is interesting. To play both red and blue Shunt in a deck that doesn't have Tunic is interesting for sure. Maybe it's working out for him. He's just gonna pitch Warriors Valor and swing for 3. I think is an easy block for Dante here for 3.
100%, yeah. And we're gonna see Dante kind of looks like he's crawling this game, crawling his way back into this game.
Yeah.
After were we at like 17 to like?
17
7?
to something like that. Yeah, 17 to 6. I think it even was.
Brutal.
Yeah, with no second weapon too. Effectively, almost basically like an Edge of Autumn here, all game.
Yeah, I mean, would have loved to see the actual Edge of Autumn, the style points.
Yeah, for the memes. Actually played in an Armory event last Tuesday, and I went 3-1 with a Katsu. Okay, we'll see Pounding Gale. Yeah, this is definitely.
This is for 6, by the way. So
yeah,
I mean it's not lethal. So 6 with the breaking skills, but pretty important to recognize that and not go to 1. I think as the Warrior player.
Yeah, if you go to 1, it's just you're in trouble.
Yeah, you better kill him with those 3 cards.
Depending on, could be in trouble. Was gonna go to 2.
Yeah, could opt. So yeah, could opt to keep the breaking skills here just for the extra point to block.
Yeah, just in case, because it's getting down to the nitty gritty for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. This is definitely gonna be an interesting play. We'll see what happens here. Warrior opts to go to 2. Plays a Sharpened Steel, and there it is. Iron Song Determination.
Yeah, good thing he kept the scalers here. But,
yeah, so 7 comes in for 7 with Dominate.
Yep, 7 with Dominate, not threatening go again. If he had those boots, we'd be talking about this would be a different story, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is gonna be an interesting block. The Ira player can definitely live here, though. I think, right? Because you could definitely block with the scales and 1 card for 3 for sure.
Don't even need to block with the scales, so he might not. Just depends what life he wants to go down to, like whatever he's comfortable at, and how much damage he thinks he can put out.
Okay, he's gonna block for 3. Block for 3. It looks like he's gonna take 4 here.
Yep.
Go down to 2.
Yeah. Would not be surprised if this is the Snapdragon Scalar's turn.
Yeah, for sure.
So we saw him block with Torn Tempo, so either he's got like a full red hand, or since he doesn't, I'm assuming he's got some threats.
Yeah. Got 1 left in hand. Or one resource floating here.
Yep. Coming in for 1. One thing to know is that the skull cap of the Warrior is not online, so he can't block with it until he goes down to 1. Life for life.
For 5, if it hits. He's got to block with 2 cards.
Yep. Now we're going to see... Okay, Arsenal. Okay.
Yep, that's pretty good. You just take the Warrior's hand away, leave him with 1 card to figure out what he wants to do with. If he wants to pitch it to swing, which would be kind of bad. I don't know. You're just in a bad spot here as the Warrior player for sure.
Yep, 100%.
You need to maybe even have like a defense reaction to just pop into Arsenal here, and just pray that you're just not dead. But even with like Ooh, yeah. So this is just going to be for 3. It's an easy block.
Yep, easy block. Then Dante's going to be playing 4 cards in his turn, counting the card in arsenal.
And a tunic counter.
Yep, writing's on the wall here. I'd be surprised if this gets a card. If I was the warrior, I would take this,
Ooh.
and then I'd be able to block with my skull cap, right? Because they're 2/2,
Yep.
you could go down to 1.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Push the point for 7. That's a brute. Yeah. So now we're seeing kind of the strength of push the point. Coming for 7, threatening scalers.
I don't think push the point gets the buff because the last attack didn't hit. Yeah, it's just for 5.
Oh, it didn't hit. You're right. I
Oh,
forgot.
Razor
There.
reflex. Razor for
There we go.
game. That's it.
Must be,
That's it.
Another sink below, right?
Oh, that's rough. Just sink below there. Yeah, that's a full of reactions. What do you got? 2 sinks, 2 blue sinks.
Yeah, 2 blue sinks, 2 red sinks, 2 blue shunts, 2 red shunts.
That's yeah. I mean, I think at that point you just need to play Tunic, right? I mean,
yeah, dude, Tunic is
wow.
is a great enabler for the steel blade shunts. I think we would have seen probably a closer game if those boots had been utilized on the Iron Song Determination turn.
Yeah.
But popping them after the Warrior's Valor hit for 6 and
That
getting
was-
up and go again was a bit brutal.
That was just a fatal misplay, unfortunately, for sure. So congratulations to our winner Dante, and
Yeah, showing that Ira could win with edge bottom.
yeah, it got broken turn 1. All right.
Yep, turn 1, it was broken.
Wow.
Awesome. Congrats to Dante. We're gonna take a quick break before round 3. Appreciate you guys sticking around, and see you soon. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to round 3. We got a Warrior versus Warrior mirror here. And we're going to have Jason Thompson check. And I think that's on the right. Is that correct, Rob?
Yeah, Jason's on the right, and then we got Chris Ray on the left here.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, yeah, Rob, obviously you being the Warrior player, kind of going into the mirror, what are some things that go into, you're thinking about, and what is sort of your strategy to win?
Yeah, I think against the mirror, what you're doing here is you just kind of want tempo, and both players are playing courage. It's really what I've seen from two like good warrior players is it's like whoever cracks the courage second and threatens more tempo late game winds up taking it, right? Like the first player will crack courage, do a big turn. The other warrior will usually just take that turn and block with equipment, block with the fridge, and then return a huge attack, on their turn. But it's that's what it's down to, utilizing your equipment really well, getting some defense reactions in arsenal so you don't turn on reprise, and just playing around it. You can't turn on reprise. You have to play smart here.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, yeah. So it's a bit of a game of chicken with that courage.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes you don't even use courage; you just use it to block. But
do you want to? I'm assuming you want to go second in this matchup too.
yeah, I usually go second for sure. Just to have tempo, because you can dump your hand. You really usually just block with 3 cards on the first swing against Warrior, unless they have something like Iron Song Determination or something.
Yeah.
And
so you opt to toss a 3 rather than
yep. And we'll see 3 from Jason here on the right, just to try to stop this. Warrior's Valor swing for 5.
Do you ever consider the 4 to block that overpower?
I'll only block with the 4th. If like the whole hand is really bad and I'm just trying to cycle the hand. The reason being is because usually one of the cards are going to be is a card that you kind of want to hang on to, and if the warrior player plays the overpower and you take a little damage for them to not have an arsenal, I think that's okay. So I usually block with just 3 and keep one card for the next turn, whether it be a blue or a really strong red. If like I drew a full hand of red or something, I'll draw like, if I have like Steelblade Supremacy or something, I definitely am gonna want to hang on to that for sure. You don't want to block with that.
Yeah, early fridge here. So vanilla Dawnblade, is this kind of the standard play? Is blocking with armor here early?
Yeah, that's interesting. So blocking for 4. Which is definitely interesting. So we'll see what happens with Jason over here. See if he's gonna react. See if he just kind of.
Wonder if he's kind of happy with this, and maybe he pushes the extra damage, but maybe kind of his strategy has changed on this turn is to maybe push a few points of damage and put a card in arsenal. I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens here. I mean, you do use the fridge, I think, a little bit quicker than in other matchups because you're in the mirror, right? And you're trying not to block from hand and turn on reprise.
Is that out for blood +3 plus glit, giving it go again.
Oh, no, it looks like go again. Yeah, no draw here. It's interesting.
Currently going to hit for 2. We'll have the resource to go again as well. The equipment has been blocked with on this chain link, so we won't be able to use it again this turn. But he does have 3 available with the hood and the boots if you would want to block with armor.
That's pretty good. And you're definitely saving your refraction bolters, for late game, and you want to save it to be able to block with.
Looks like it's going for that exact block, I think, with the 3. So
yep.
We just got full fridge there, by the way.
Full fridge, wow, and, that's pretty good.
And Jason gets an arsenal.
That is pretty good. We're gonna change the colors too on these counters so that we can easily identify them.
Yeah, Jason definitely looking to be in the driver's seat now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the ID. Okay. I mean,
Iron
Jason's got
Song,
it.
Determination. It's pretty good.
I mean, Jason's got the fridge though, so he can definitely respond to this, and I mean, in kind of a reasonable way.
Yeah. Iron Song, Determination. Huge card for Warrior. In one in this matchup and just in Blitz in general, target weapon gains +1 and dominate until end the turn, and it doesn't cost anything. It pitches for 2. It's just really good card in general.
Okay, so 6. So cannot block with armor. Well, actually, could if you want to block with literally all of it. Ton of surprise beat. Probably wouldn't be the play though. Too dangerous for a pump to just make it go again.
Spoils War, good card too. Just gives unconditional go again and +2. Just costs 1, and then if it hits, you create 2 coppers.
What are you thinking as Jason here? Are you putting a card in armor in front of this, or you maybe taking the first swing and blocking the zone Iron Song Termination?
This is interesting. So a little mix of So we'll see what happens here.
Does this make you think about potentially blue shunt in Arsenal at all?
Could be, and I think if it is blue shunt, it's pretty good. We'll just see what this is. I mean, Glint just, I don't know about that. You already have go again. He's literally just digging for a card. I would not play Glint here, but that's just me, I think you're just spending one of the best cards in your deck to
Yep. Maybe didn't have the go again in his hand. Or sorry, didn't have the reaction in his hand. It's just
yeah, that's what he's trying to do is just dig for a reaction, but you're spending Glint to just try to get any kind of reaction. I think you just have to take your losses there and move on if you don't have something like an energy potion or like a enlightened strike or something to play,
Yeah.
Oh, and he did have the energy potion.
That's good. So this makes me think that Jason also may have another Iron Song Determination in hand, opting to block with that card. The other 3 that he had access to there.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could have been good for the Warrior player, but it could be tough. All right, we're gonna see a Sharp Steel here. Sharp Steel's pretty good. Let's put his weapon back for him. Sharp Steel for 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chris over here doesn't have too much armor available to block here.
Yeah, when you block with it early, it's definitely key in this matchup. You need to use it when you need it. And I think we just saw that there, right, from Jason, where Iron Song Determination was on board. He definitely needed to stop that attack. And that was a pretty good block. Blocked with only 2 pieces of equipment and 1 card for man.
Yeah. Although Chris being able to play out the energy potion after whiffing there is
it was overpower
for +4 here.
That's pretty good. +4.
Coming in for 10.
No go again, but just coming in for 10 is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna have 1 floating resource. Could even pop Refraction Bolters and swing again, but I don't even think you need to really. I mean, you just bring him down to 8, and you just kind of keep rolling.
I agree. I don't think you pop Refraction here.
I mean, he's way ahead on life.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't even need to. Yep. Yeah, you just take it and roll. Could see a big turn from. Yeah, this is gonna be a big turn. Yeah. We're definitely gonna see. You got the energy potion on board. We're probably gonna see. My guess is a Steelblade Supremacy. See, popping the energy potion, getting to yep, Steelblade Supremacy from Arsenal. It's like one, if not the best card in the Warrior Blitz deck. Steelblade Supremacy.
Oof.
Ooh, this is gonna be a big one, a big attack. He's got no more floating resources, but this is coming in for 11. If it hits, it'll get go again. If it hits, he'll draw a card.
Yeah, and to note, there is 2 cards in hand as well.
Could
So did
be
he?
could be dangerous.
Oh, he popped the energy potion. Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, the energy potion really coming in clutch here. Popped the energy potion to play Steelblade Supremacy and Warrior's Valor. So it keeps kids keep
Ooh.
2 cards in hand. Gets the Iron Song response to come over the top here.
Oof. Iron Song's pretty good. He's gonna get go again. He's gonna draw a card.
Draw a card. So 2 cards in hand on this second attack.
Yep, and he has go again now.
And coming in for 5.
Yeah. See for 5 here. It's that's a really good attack. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I probably would just take this. You don't want to turn on any reprise.
You also want to put that card in your arsenal, right? Or you're just kind of.
What's that?
You want to put that card. His last card. He probably wants to put in his arsenal, or he's just kind of staying behind in this match, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what card that is, but yeah, I mean, even if you pitch with that card and swing it, yeah, I'm not really sure. I think at this point though, I'm just taking the damage.
Yep, take the damage, arsenal the card. Hopefully it's ideally it's a threat of some sort.
Yeah.
You essentially gain. You don't really gain much by blocking with this card, right? You block for 3, it's coming for 5. He has 2 cards in hand, likely has reactions that will be affected by the reprise. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you take this.
Yeah.
Jason just thinking about this play here.
Yep, just taking 5.
Take and draw.
Gets a counter, he'll draw a card. Probably arsenal card there.
Is that the first time or the second time he blocked with the bracers?
First time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he had just blocked previously with just courage and bolters.
Courage and boots, yeah, got it.
Yeah, just one time. Gonna be interesting to see what you do here on the swing back. That was a pretty big turn
Arsenal
for
pass,
yep,
yeah.
just arsenal pass. And
He got to, right? I mean, 3 does like nothing.
yeah.
He just takes it, and then he comes at you with a counter on Dawnblade and 5-card hand.
So
even now, we're in deep water if we're Jason here.
That was definitely a really good turn by Chris. We're gonna see an Iron Song Determination here. This could be brutal.
Dude, avert your eyes. What is this?
This could be brutal here. See a
My
Warrior's
goodness.
Valor. Wow, just drawing some
Stop
heat.
it. Yeah.
Drawing some heat.
7. We're coming in for 8 here.
8 would dominate if it hits. You get go again.
Brutal.
No, you got 1. Yeah, I think you just. Oh, this is tough. This is a tough block.
You take 8, right? You have to.
I don't know. I mean, because if he has a red
overpower,
you're just dead. So I don't think.
Yeah, I think you just make him have that card. I mean, can you effectively block this and then block this swing back after that? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, because he's gonna get go again as well, which is definitely tough.
You got to be thinking about that second swing, right?
Yeah, and then yeah,
for 4.
the second swing will come in for 5 with dominate because he has a Dawnblade counter.
5, yeah. So even worse. So you can't even block it with the armor if you wanted to, because if you blocked with courage, bracers, and skull cap, it'd only be for 4.
Yeah.
Whew, man, interesting. I'm like sweating just thinking about this. So I don't know how you get out of this if you're Jason.
Yeah, this is a tough one here. I think you're really just kind of putting your opponent. You're trying to put your opponent on what they have in hand, and then really just it could be an array of things. Red overpower being one of the things. I guess you could just block with 1 Brave Forge Bracers and then not die to overpower.
True. If you wanted to play on the overpower, that is what you could do, right?
Yeah.
You got to be thinking about like this next swing, right? Like that's the one where you should be most likely to die.
Oh, he's taking it. Yeah.
Yes, it takes it. It's gonna come in for 5, dominate. No resources floating, but 2 cards in hand.
You can block
So
for
now
3 now.
Yeah, so this is coming in 5. You have to put this on 8 damage, right? Like this is
Yeah.
essentially 8 damage. He has to pitch for this. Yeah, so it's a route. Okay, yeah, that'd be
Ooh.
brutal. So sorry, it's 9. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's why he pitched the route was for the gloves. So
Pitch the route. So this is gonna come in for 6 with
yeah,
dominate.
effectively 9. If you're Jason, you kind of accept the counter at this point, right?
Ooh, and
And
he
there's
did have the iron song. That's brutal. He
there's
goes to
9.
1.
Yep, down to 1.
All right, let's see if he can swing back some kind of tempo here.
Yep, well played by. Even though it's 8-1 right now, well played by Jason in terms of how he blocked there. I
Yeah,
think that
for
was
sure.
absolutely correct.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So sharpen steel. He's got a pitch for this. Ooh, he's got
Okay.
a sing. Do you crack the courage? I don't know.
Looks like he didn't.
Yeah, he's gonna crack the courage for sure.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, you mean you have to threaten lethal, right? If you don't, like,
Yeah.
surely you're dead.
This could be a big turn here. This is what? This is 8. This is 8. If it hits, draw a card.
Yeah, 2 resources floating could have the route as well, right?
If that was the card, that would be a very good card in this situation. We will see what happens. And he's got the boots up, so that's going to be
Yep.
really good.
100%. Yeah, I mean it's the boots here that are really threatening. But yeah, I mean route's good. Route would be hot, and then
Steelblade Supremacy, such a good card. I mean, you're just like, it goes all turn, and you just drawing a card in Warrior is just like gold. You know, it's like, oh, you need, one more card is just so oppressive.
how crazy is this though? Like, they're going back.
Skull
They're both
Camp
kinda-
can't block. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm trying to keep an eye on some things, just make sure we got some smooth gameplay and whatnot. So let's see, we got 4,
4.
7, 10. Looks like 10 here, right?
Yeah, blocking for 10. I mean, if you block for 10, then any +3 gets over, right? Is it for 10? So we get 9. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
10. Yeah, we're coming in for 8. So I mean, you're kind of setting yourself up to sort of be. So like, let's say he has Iron Song response. He Iron Song responses, then he can bracer, and he gets the counter. On the next one, it's going to come in for 6. So that would put Chris down at 1 with no cards in hand if he blocked the second Dawnblade. Assuming that this card in Jason's hand is a +3 pump, I think it can also be Alpha Blood as well.
Yeah, that is true. We'll
Alpha
see
Blood
what it
would
is.
be-
Ooh, it's routes.
Yeah, so does the route. Very good. Going to draw the card too off of this. What are you sending back here in terms of cards
I'm probably sending Out for Blood Blue back.
Alpha Blood Blue, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely sending Out for Blood Blue. Is he
Think
not
blow?
sent? He didn't send a card back. Oh
Interesting.
no, he didn't put him on having a reaction there. Ouch. Yeah, you definitely have to. Ouch. Yeah, he didn't. He chose not to send a card back because he thought for sure he was going to be able to get over, and that he wasn't going to be able to play Steelblade Shunt.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, Sink Below is. I know. I play Sink Below Red. In my decks, my Warrior decks, but Jason definitely has full tempo here.
Yeah, didn't put him on the Sink Below, but he has to threaten 8 damage with a 4-card hand. Not impossible. Not even really too hard as Warrior, but different situation than we were in last turn with the Steelblade Supremacy, threatening the draw, also kind of buffing the weapon throughout the turn. So
I would have definitely put a card back. I mean, I guess he was maybe scared of Shunt, Steelblade Shunt,
no, he dies to it, right?
Right, he dies to it. So if you put a card back in his hand, he just he pitches it and then kills you. I don't know. See Out for Blood here. And another yellow Sink Below. Oh my goodness.
Brutal.
It is brutal.
But,
Sink
Chris
Below, what's that?
Chris is just down to 1 card here, so I wonder if it's just going to be an Arsenal pass for him.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Opts to swing for 3 and take a card versus arsenaling the Spoils of War.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, Blue Warriors Valor. So I mean, I think that Jason had the right thought there. He's like, how do I lose this game, right? He sends it
Yeah.
back. He gets shunted.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know. I think you definitely just, I don't know. I would definitely play around like, if my
But since
opponent
he
has
had,
shunt,
yeah.
he has shunt. So it is
He
what
would,
it
yeah, he
is.
would have already. Would he have not already shunted him?
I think he would have just blocked with 2 cards in hand, and he would have held the shunt. Unless, I mean, a really good play would have been, because if, like, say Jason had a sigil in hand, the correct play would then be block for 10 like that.
Yeah, playing around the sigil.
Yeah, playing around the sigil just in case. I don't know. There's a lot of, the heart's great here, by the way. Gained a life, got off shunt range. I love playing heart. All right, let's see how many cards. Looks like 2. Looks like 2 cards. This is interesting.
Maybe 1. Reconsidering. Okay, so now we know there's a blue Iron Song response in hand.
Yeah.
Likely going to be the pitch card anyway, but blocking 6 here. Going up to 2, you're right, is huge.
It just gets you out of like Kodachi lock, or in this matchup specifically, it gets you off of Steelblade Shunt. Ooh, we're gonna see a. This is interesting. Biting Blade.
Plus 6, right?
It's gonna get +4, so it gets plus 3,
total.
and then the weapon gets another +1, and it gets +1 for the rest of the turn.
End the turn, yeah. Yeah.
So he takes 1 here. Goes to 7.
Goes to 7. Boots.
Cracks
sure.
boots. Yeah, breaks the boots. Gonna pitch route. Okay, that's interesting. That's a good. And then he's gonna swing for 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty good. Swinging for 4. We'll see if we get some kind of block.
I wonder if you just block with bracers.
I don't know if you even block here. I don't know, because there's no floating resources. You just take 4.
Oh yeah, there's no floating
Right?
resources.
I don't know.
No, you're right. I wasn't paying attention to the resources. So I mean, yeah, you're right. You can't die.
You're just not gonna die here, so.
Yeah, you're 100% right there.
Could block with bracers and a card.
It's crazy what went from like what looked like a Sorry guys, I'm just clearing something up for the players.
You good?
It's crazy how we saw like what looked like a one-sided game with the Iron Tongue Determination, Steelblade Supremacies, and all that, to being this super like technical kind of back and forth match.
Oh, Iron Song's good there. That'll give him a counter. So he'll take 3. He'll go to 4.
Yep.
And he gets a Dawnblade counter. And Bracers is gone. He's got 1 card left in hand to swing back with, or Arsenal. And Jason's going to have a full.
Yep, full grip.
Yeah, full grip.
Counter on Dawnblade. So just coming in for 3 here. Just taking a card. Ready to hit and run. That's fine. This is going to be hard for Chris to block. It's going to be a vanilla Dawnblade for 4. That's going to be scary.
Oh, yeah. It could be a big hand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Pitches Glint to Quicksilver. That's interesting. I don't know what you do here. Just you're threatening lethal. You gotta block, but you're needing to block with a lot of cards here, just to make sure you just don't die, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, this could be the red overpower as well. I don't know if he runs 2 routes. Tough spot. We're gonna see a block for 9.
Block for 9. It looks like.
And I would assume. I mean, you can only come over with red overpower, right?
Oh, and he's got it. Yeah, red overpower.
So Chris currently taking 1, going down to 3.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Jason wants to keep the counter, right? So like Chris on 1 card isn't going to threaten anything from him, and then Jason gets to keep the counter and makes the math hard again for Chris on this next turn.
But Skullcap is turned on. Oh no, it's not. I'm sorry. Jason's at 2. I thought Jason was
Yeah.
at 4 for some reason. Yeah, that was
Yep.
definitely a really good play there by Jason. So it looked like we're gonna see swing for 6.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a possibility of double shunt coming up. Just because we are progressing so far through the deck at this point.
That would be
shunt.
brutal, huh? Double shunt, dude. Oh my goodness.
I've seen it so many times. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's brutal when that happens for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, players. So Jason's on 14 cards in the deck. Chris is on 9. So stacking the shunts together, if he has them, is super reasonable.
Yeah.
As a win con right now, is Red Dauntless. I mean, I'd be surprised. Yeah, we're gonna see another block for 9, which I would have expected.
Block for 9 and a twinning blade. Ooh, getting right around it because spoils.
Man, that's brutal. Twinning blades are.
Yeah, swinging for 4. You're gonna get the last card here for sure.
Get the last card.
Or you're
Jason's
dead.
Yep, Jason's also up on cards here as well.
Yep.
So,
So he's gonna
when he
take
gets a
1.
Taking 1.
Yep.
Jason keeps the counter.
That's pretty good. Yeah, twinning's really good.
Oof, and he gets the card in Arsenal.
Twinning's just excellent off the spoils.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just really good card all around. Twinning blade. Now he's gonna have a full 5-card hand. Probably should be able to finish him off here. I think. There's 7. Yeah, 7
I agree,
if it hits. Go again.
Unless it's a double shot, it's probably over. So we're gonna see another block for 9.
Yeah.
We most likely come over that because we're at 7 for Jason.
Yeah, for sure.
Depends on the draw.
Gonna be interesting. He's searching his graveyard, seeing what he has left in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, I say depends on the draw, but at this point in the game, both players have stacked their decks, so these hands are, determined by them. So he should. I mean, ideally, he's pitched something to line up with this Red Warrior's Valor.
Yeah, you definitely got a Singing Steelblade in hand if you're looking through your graveyard. So just depends what you have left. What threats you have left here. Coming in for 7. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna take a quick look at the graveyard and then resolve this reaction. There it is. Like you said.
Singing Steelblade. We'll see what comes out of the deck. So it's going to go to 8.
Yeah, currently at 8, blocking for 9. We come over with another reaction here for 3. He's dead.
Even like a...
And
yeah.
Response. Well played.
Oh, yeah. Energy potion. Ouch.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double energy potion is definitely can leave you with those hands.
Ooh,
so
yeah.
I'm assuming Chris is running no Steelblade shunts in that case.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. No Steelblade shunts there. The yellow sink belows are interesting. But yeah.
I mean, they.
There's a Steelblade shunt there.
Where's the other? Is it in his graveyard? And I just totally blanked on it.
Oh yeah, it was the next card. It was just 1. Maybe he's just playing 1 shunt. All right, well, good game there. That was a pretty
yeah, it's a slog.
wild game, man. I think yeah.
No, that was sick. I think we learned a lot. So we saw a very what looked like to be a one-sided game, and on Chris's side, obviously with what appeared to be very good draws with the Steelblade Supremacy. We saw Ironsong Determinations, and putting Jason down at 1. But then Jason navigating that scenario, and obviously with the heart as well, getting out of shunt range, and then kind of clawing it back, which is pretty sick. So definitely really enjoyed it. That one went a little long, so we're probably getting close to our next round. Before we switch over, so I shout out our sponsors. We got Deck Edge, been with us since day 1. Can't hype them up enough. Opens Patreon / just for these tournaments. I would encourage you guys to check him out. His Patreon is always selling stuff at below market rate, making everything affordable, for people collecting or playing. And also now we got Red Riot Games. Both these sponsors, by the way, are providing unlimited booster boxes for the tournament. which is awesome. We're able to provide prize support. But for Red Riot, they've actually got a pretty sick tournament coming. It's on June 5th through 6th, and it's for 5,000 Canadian. So
Yeah, that's huge, man. What a prize purse there. Highly, definitely. I'm gonna try playing in that for sure.
yeah, we're getting close to calling money with that. And then yeah, sick. And then I don't know if you guys have seen it, but if you haven't seen the Red Riot Games playmats, I encourage you to check them out because they are awesome.
Yeah, those are pretty
really
cool.
art.
Some cool fan art there that they had made.
Yeah, I bought the Viscerai one today.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, those look pretty sweet, man. I do like those. Shout out to those guys over at Red Riot Games, man. The Canadians.
Yep. Sweet guys. So we'll see you soon for round 4, and talk to you then.
All right, man, and we're back. Round 4.
Yep, welcome guys. We've got an interesting match for you, and this is actually at table 3. So we've got KO versus Kingsley on his patented warrior. On the KO, by the way, is I think his name is James, but his Steam name is something James.
Yeah, it looks like Asian Dr. James. Asian MD James, I guess.
Asian DJ James, something like that. But yeah, KO at table 3, so it looks like we're gonna see some dice rolled. I hope Kingsley packed his gambler's gloves as Rob was saying earlier.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
And then we got tower number 9, American warrior player, who also crushes it in the meta.
Current, by the way, this is our current Discord champion. He won last week, so if you guys hang out in the main community Discord, you'll see that Kingsley has that golden role and title. Sweet. So I'd like to ask you, Rob, like, what are you thinking when you sit across from a KO? Are you thinking it's a buy or like,
Dude,
what goes through your head?
It's definitely not a buy. You need to be scared of. Like, first off, you definitely need to pack your gambler's gloves, and if the KO player rolls 5s or 6s on these attacks, dude, I mean, you can just get command and conquered for 12, and then a pummel can be on it. Yep, and it looks like Tower brought his gambler's gloves, so that's good.
Oh yeah, he doesn't go anywhere without his gambler's gloves, bro.
It goes either way. It's like it's either a buy or you're just dead. You know what I mean?
I mean, obviously the ability is like ridiculous. If you hit the 5 or 6, just statistically more likely to whiff. Wow, starting out with a barraging beatdown.
Oh, this could just be really bad.
You want to see what are we gonna see? A 20 damage turn 1?
Oh my goodness, just a 1-turn miracle.
That'd be glorious.
Yeah, that would just be crazy.
Wouldn't even be angry. So look, pack hunt.
Ooh.
I'm gonna intimidate the second card, and he's gonna roll.
It's going to be for 10 unless it's defended by 2 cards, and then we're going to see a roll to see if it's let's see, 12.
Man, if he had if he had one more intimidate, it would just be...
All right, we'll see what it is, and it's a 2, yeah. So it's just not really that great. It's a 3 plus 4 is 7.
Yep, still gets the 2 cards.
7 or 3. But it gets the 2 cards, yeah, like you said. See what 2 cards those are. Ooh.
2 cards he did not want to get rid of.
That's
nice. Iron Termination and Steel Blade Supremacy being lost by Kingsley.
Ouch. Yeah.
Brutal. But now it's his turn to hit back. The KO player also kept 1 card in hand and opted not to arsenal there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, I think the warrior, man, just going for the safe route and just kind of just blocking that damage out. I mean, it's turn 0. You don't want to take damage, if not needed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
See a warrior's valor for 4 here. 4, if it hits, it'll get go again. It's got 2 cards in hand. I don't know.
Interesting to see how the KO blocks.
I mean, it's hard for me to say, man, because like I've played maybe against this deck maybe 1 time ever. So I don't really know here.
Played against an ultimate pit fight, but I'm wondering, I wonder if it blocks or if it just tries to kind of intimidate 3 or 4 cards and then just have some ridiculous high roll where it just kills you 1 turn.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
but Kingsley does have those gambler's gloves, so
yeah. Which could potentially save him, and it's like, I guess you wait to pop your gambler's gloves until tower number 9 pops his, and you just kind of go for it.
Yeah, something like that.
I would definitely probably just not be blocking. You just need all the gas, and it's claws, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
Double block for 5.
Ooh.
For 5, eh? I mean, coming over for 3.
Ooh, and we're going to see a red overpower. Yep. So it's going to be coming over for a total of 4, I think, right?
Yeah, so coming over for...
yeah, we'll go to...
For 4.
Yeah.
9. 9 minus 5 is 4. 4.
Cool.
Okay, we got the mass, bro. Don't worry.
Let's go. Sweet.
2 cards in hand for the KO. Could still play pack hunt for 12 or something.
Yeah. See what this. Let's see. Just gonna swing the claw.
Yellow Wounded Bull. That's a the include I didn't expect to see. Haven't seen that card since Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, like limited, right? When you play Wounded Bull, if you have less life than your opponent, it gains +1. That's interesting.
Blocks for 2.
Then use the sigil here. That'd be.
The sigil. I would have probably parked that sigil in Arsenal if I was him.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. Coming in for 7. Tower number 9.
I think here's where you just need to block with your equipment, and you really need to just start getting some tempo as Gaio. I mean, if you don't get tempo, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong though. This Kaio player is up kind of high on the. Is it 3-0? Or is it 2-1?
Table 3 is probably. It could be a 2. It could be bottom 2-1. It could be 3-0 as well. It could be it could be top seed 2-1.
Okay, we're gonna see a block for 7. Yeah, for 7. Out for blood. Yeah, it gets 3 over.
Yeah. Expected. Interesting to choose to block with the. I mean, now we're just gonna come again, right? For 4.
Yep, for 5 now because of Out for blood, the reprise.
5, yeah. Out for blood reprise. You're right.
Out for blood, really, really strong card with that. Especially not having the bracers. You're kind of really being able to take advantage of that +1.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, there's a pummel, and we're gonna block for 5.
Block for 5 with a ranging onslaught and a red pummel. Oof.
Yeah, I mean if you're Kingsley here, you're cool with that.
Yeah,
1 card
absolutely.
in hand for the KO. Not threatening much. Hopefully ops to Arsenal. There we go. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be an Arsenal pass.
Yep, Arsenal pass.
Definitely more valuable than Swing of the Claw if it's any card that's not a blue card.
You gotta be careful going down so far in life though if you're gonna try to swing back for some tempo. I mean,
for sure. I mean, we're getting into the point where he can't just be like no blocks, right? 'Cause
yeah.
he could die. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely a hard spot. Yeah, Kingsley has all of his armor available. The boots. Most importantly, so I can give this go again no matter what he decides to kind of do if it comes over and hits.
11, that 10, 11 range, you're just starting to you're in the yellow zone, and you're just almost there in the red zone. You're like, oh crap, what do I gotta do? All right, so he's blocking for 4 here. Turns on reprise.
Yep.
Dangerous.
Yeah, there's no out for blood.
Ooh, out for blood. Okay.
May see the boots here, unless.
Yep. Oh, it's gonna take 3. We're gonna see the boots.
Yep, coming in for 4 again here.
Yep, 5 again.
5. Man, these Alpha Blood reprise, I just see it.
Yeah. It's easy to miss,
So has to block with 2 cards to full block this.
Yeah.
Scab's on the list is not going to be enough.
The warrior player still has courage and skullcap. Didn't even need to block with the bolsters. The kale bolsters.
Kale bolsters, dude.
See, let's go Brute. All right, we'll see what happens here. I mean, you're coming in for 5 here. Do you just take it and you need to swing back some tempo, or?
No way you take it. There's for sure.
I don't know.
Pump in that hand for sure. Unless you got the defense reaction, which there's no way KO runs defense reaction. Blocking for 2, so 3. Yeah.
Ooh. Blocking for 2 here.
You still die too.
Oh, this is just bad. You're giving the warrior another counter. And turning on reprise.
I mean, how do you block that and knock him the counter? What do you triple block it?
I think you just
double block it. Hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, you gotta double block it. At that point, maybe even double block with scab skin. So go to 7. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're gonna see a sigil. Okay, that could be a reason why he didn't block.
For sure. Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. We're gonna see maybe a heart and cross strap.
Yeah. He's always. I mean, this KO is always liable to come in for like 12, but I mean, Kingsley doesn't even care at that point with him on 8.
Ooh, heart and
Maybe.
cross strap. Heart and cross strap does not work for that, right?
Yeah. Does not attack
Yeah.
action card, not action card.
Yep.
Non-attack.
So, Kyle player. Oh man. I mean,
Brutal.
you could have. Yeah, you couldn't even have played Beast Within.
Nope.
I think you definitely needed something like you needed the other thing, bark bone strapping, right?
Yeah, sorry, I just saw someone say reflection bolsters.
Yeah, reflection bolsters. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that's probably gonna be it there. Depending on what the
Gotta
warrior
be.
player can kind of clap back with.
2 counters on Dawnblade.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be. Let's see. So 5, 6, 7, 8. If it hits, draw a card. If it hits, go again.
Card
No.
in arsenal, no resources floating.
Yeah.
We assume it's probably a red iron song response at this point.
Yeah, and if it's not, it could be just something to just, he's gonna get probably the whole hand here.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotta, get the whole hand. I mean, even if it's not red iron song, you have to play around that because if it is, you're just dead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you toss the hand here 10 times out of 10.
I have to stop Dawnblade with 2 counters on it all day long.
Red Demolition Crew is another. This is bringing me back to my WTR limited days, bro.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man.
Cards that I used to take out of my limited pool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like one of the cards you just sometimes just get stuck with,
There it is.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. You needed to block with a full hand there, and just stop the Dawnblade counter. But that looks like that'll come over for 3 because Demolition Crew
draw.
blocks for 3.
Yep. Pitch come in for 7.
Ooh.
Oh man,
Ouch.
7's brutal. 1 card in hand, only has scabskin leathers. Probably max block is 4, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 2 block. Okay, it is 3 blocker.
Yeah, 3 blocker. You're taking 4 here, right? And you're giving the warrior a card and a 3rd Dawnblade counter, which is pretty unheard of. I'll be honest with you, it just never happens, especially in Blitz.
Are you sure you've never seen that?
The game's over
man,
if you get to 3.
Happens all the time in my games, bro. So yeah, I mean, you're just gonna drop and pass, and then we've got this.
Yeah.
This Dawnblade, this vanilla 6 right now. So coming in for 9.
It's just gonna be a ridiculous. Look at this, like
11.
Yeah, what is this? Yeah, 11 here.
11.
And then you got 1 floating and 1 in arsenal.
Yep.
You're threatening 14 here. You're just dead. There's no way around this. No way around it. They're gonna block for 1.
You block for 12, right? Block for 13. It's still okay. So
Yeah,
that's
nah,
another 2.
that's 6.
6. See it.
Yeah,
Could,
this is over.
Reckless swing.
Oh, so he'll deal him 2 damage, but he's blocking for 3, 6. What? 10?
10.
Yeah,
Yep,
no, it's
10.
still 11.
He's dead.
Still gets over.
Dead.
That's it. Yeah, that was a tough one, I don't know. We don't see too many KOs out there, so it's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Bringing
the
something
deck
new.
was also, not very equipped to deal with Warrior on the back foot. I think looking at it, I mean, either high rolls or it probably doesn't win with all those, with like Red Demolition Crew, Ravenous Rabble, Double Sigil, and KO.
You just
Probably.
gotta go like aggro. You know what I mean? You gotta go aggro there as KO. Like you can't afford to block on your turn. You have to go and hope that you hit a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah.
It would have been more interesting if we had seen that pack hunt hit like a 6, and then it would have been, a big pack hunt turn 1. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see KO finally on stream, right? I mean, I didn't.
That's
never thought it would happen,
that's
but-
why Gambler's Gloves is in the list for this deck right here. I usually
Really,
just
I think you play it maybe against like some other decks as well, wouldn't you?
I would never play it against any other deck but this KO deck.
But this KO deck.
That's the only reason
I
it's
guess
in
you're
the
right
list.
because Brave Forge Bracers is just too good.
Yeah, it's against Brute you don't play Gambler's Gloves.
Nah,
You know, you
'cause
just
you need
play
the
the
armor.
bracers because it lets you block for 2 and then another one. And
That
just
armor block is super important when your full hand is intimidated.
Yep, yeah. The Gambler's Gloves is just for this deck. The KO that rolls the 6 on a Command and Conquer that's pummeled.
Yeah, for sure. All right, yeah, sweet. So we're gonna head into round 5, and then we'll have our. I think we might print pairings before, but after that will be the top 8. Before we head into the next round, just shout out our sponsors. We got Deck Edge, providing up a unlimited booster for this tournament. He opens Patreon spots just for us, so we can get more people in. His stuff on there is always below market price. Great guy to work with and totally affordable prices. And I encourage you guys to check him out. And then we have a new sponsor with Red Riot Games. Like we said earlier, they are running their big $5,000 Canadian tournament on June 5th through 6th, which I actually learned also has a first edition Monarch case up for for first place, and then and the case, by the way, so 4 boxes, and then boxes to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So 2,500 Canadian plus a case is. We're talking about almost calling money there. Probably more. Yeah, like definitely more money.
Yeah,
it's
for
crazy.
sure.
Yeah, so pretty sick. And then I don't know if you guys have checked out their playmats, but they've got some alternate art playmats over there that are really awesome. I actually picked up my Viscera one yesterday, so super excited there.
Cool. We'll be right back, guys.
See you guys.
we're back. Let's go.
What's up, guys? Welcome to round 5. Yeah, I've got Dante here on the right. Obviously going to be on Ira. And then, pretty interestingly, by the way, this is table 1. So both players are 4-0 at this point, I believe. So Vlasta here, actually going to be on Dash. So should be an interesting matchup. Surprised to see a Dash at table 1.
Yeah.
The class is very, very good, but generally we kind of see a lot of Warrior Ira at this point on the top tables.
Yeah.
So it should be sick. Interested to see if he plays the gun or the pistol. So I don't know if it's called the gun. I forget what the rifle is called.
Yeah, the shotgun, the shotgun barrel blast or whatever it is.
Yeah, the reflection bolsters. Yeah, you got it.
Reflection bolsters. Let's go. Let's go. The old bolsters. All right, this should be cool. It's always nice to see some heroes that you don't typically see in the meta, man, just come through.
Yeah, this Dash deck is definitely like super explosive. Like it takes usually it's like maybe a couple turns to set up, get that Tekla core out. I'm assuming this is going to be the aggro, not the control version. But after that, you can just put out ridiculous pressure. And as I say that, it's probably going to be the control version, as we see induction chamber and Tekla pistol flipped.
Okay. Interesting. All right, this should be good. This will be good, man.
Yeah, Goliath Gauntlet, by the way, too. Interesting. So I'm assuming like for Command and Conquer maybe, but it will be interesting to see. I remember when we saw our last, I think it was week 1, we had a dash control make it to a pretty high table. A lot of pistol shots.
All right, we see the dash player go first, load up the pistol in the induction chamber, and then we'll see a Tekla core.
A Tekla core off the draw, man. That's nuts.
That is pretty good.
I don't think it gets much better than that.
It's pretty good. Little arsenal.
Dang.
And then pass it along. Okay. And then we got Dante not playing needle. That's interesting. Probably.
What is he afraid of? Sinks or?
I don't know. Probably sinks. Yeah, I don't know. I probably would have played needle. It's tough. So you're supposed to choose your equipment before the opponent does the dash ability. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so Dante telegraphing a Razor Reflex here, pitching Hurricane Technique, doesn't have go again on Katashi's, doesn't have go again on Life for Life because they're at the same life. So pretty obvious Razor Reflex here. I'll be interested to see how the opponent plays around it. He opts to take the force, so Dante is just going to move to Arsenal and pass.
Oh wow, did not have Razor. Interesting. That is interesting. Maybe just had like a bad hand.
Potentially, yeah. He didn't get a chance to filter his hand, right? So it's just whatever he drew.
Yeah.
So his Tekla core is going to give Last 2 resources here as well, so may see a big turn out of him.
Okay, we're going to see a Goliath Gauntlet into a throttle. Makes it +2, so we're seeing a throttle for 8 with boost. Yeah,
and we're seeing a maximum velocity get boosted too. Obviously, not the card you want to be boosting is Dash, but still kind of tells us a little bit more about this archetype probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be a throttle coming in for 8 here with Gogan. And we've got the pistol loaded up. We've got induction chamber loaded up. So definitely a big turn coming out of last year.
Dante taking 8 with Dash.
Dante taking 8 is going to take some... We're coming with the... Okay, so we're pitching and...
Pitching a throttle, yeah. I'd assume this is kind of aggro Dash, but we'll see with an induction chamber and the pistol.
Oh, yeah, for sure. After seeing the maximum velocity, like, this is definitely aggro Dash.
Metal to metal for 5 with boost. If it hits, the next one gets dominate.
Yep, could have something in the arsenal that could follow that pedal to the metal, and then we can boost again and go for the pit. Wow, this is really explosive, actually.
Yeah, this is a big turn.
No joke. So Dante looking to opt to block for 3 right now with Red Soulbeat Strike.
Ooh.
Okay, making it 5 with mask.
Probably good.
Yeah, I agree with
You
that.
gotta block it, and you just need to. You still have to have a threatening turn next turn, right?
No, yeah, I mean this turn is, I mean, you're a bit on the back foot. You don't want that to hit with the next thing to have dominate. So let's think about this.
See what happens here. Do you Tekla Foundry Heart to get some more resources? I don't know.
You could. I don't know. I can't really get a read on what's in his arsenal right now.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's the follow up. So we got Tekla Foundry Heart. Looks like, yep. Okay, Tekla Foundry Heart banishing the top 2.
Okay, there's one. It's a zipper hit red and a 0 to 60 yellow. So it'll go to.
Yeah, I'll get 1 more
2.
resource point total. So two floating here.
Comes a pistol for 2. And then induction chamber. You're probably gonna see a pistol again.
Mm-hmm. So loads up the pistol and loads up the induction chamber. No resources floating.
Interesting.
I mean, so are we gonna see pistol induction chamber threats, or is he gonna keep a setup for next turn?
Wait a second. So he went induction chamber. He just pistoled once. Okay, I got you. And then gave it go again. Yeah. Loaded it up and then 0 to 60. Yeah, this is a big 60, turn.
Yeah. This is huge.
This is a big turn. For 4 with boost, yeah, you just need a block there. Ooh, and then a Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius. There we go.
What do you go get here? You just get Tekla Core, right?
Is he playing anything other than... He's probably he's playing the other...
yeah, get another Tekla Core, and you're just going to have a good amount of... good amount of resources. What do you get? 4 resources next turn?
Yep, that's correct.
It's pretty good. You draw a card.
Off. Draw an arsenal. It's brutal, bro.
Yeah, if you boost this turn, draw a card. That's pretty good.
So it's Dante going down to 10 and blocking with 2 cards out of his hand.
That's pretty good. That was an aggressive turn for sure. Definitely a big turn. We'll see what what Dante comes back with.
Yep. So now with the old Kadachi for 1. Vlasa is going to take it. Command and Conquer for 7 is pretty good, but Vlasa does have armor up here.
Yeah. How much armor? 3 armor, because he's ahead of life. So he's going to at least get 2 cards in hand, and then the armor if he wants to keep that card in arsenal. So this is a good card here. Command and Conquer is really good here.
For sure.
But it's aggro dash. You might just take this and then lose that card in your arsenal. You got a full 4 card hand. Yep, that's what we're seeing.
Blue 0 to 62.
Yeah, you didn't mind losing that. That was a... Okay, this is going to be interesting. So I think this is going to pop. He's going to get 4 resources here. It's pretty huge. Yep. Got a 3 high octane.
High octane.
Ooh. Let's go. This could be a big turn.
So, yeah, he draws a card off high octane. Every time he boosts, he's going to get double high octane.
Double high octane. Just kind of filtering the hand a little.
Yeah.
Oh, man. This could be serious for the pistol. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, starting with zipper hit.
Zipper hit. Okay. You got a high-speed impact, so it's going to get boost.
So he has 3 action points now.
That's crazy. This is coming in for 4 here. I think the key is to just get enough resources. Hopefully, I mean, the dash player is going to need to have like some blues in hand to just get a ton of resources to swing the pistol.
Yep, swinging a bunch. He's got 3 resources currently. Excuse me. Can still opt to use his Foundry Heart, right?
Here's a high-speed impact with boost, which will get boosted. We'll see this coming in for 3. If it hits, the next one will get dominate.
Yep.
6 action points.
6 action points.
That's pretty huge. Okay, here it comes.
Here we go.
Here it comes. 3 resources. This could be crazy. I mean, you could probably even Foundry Heart at some point too. All right.
Opting. Yeah, here comes. Dude, this is brutal.
Yeah, this is brutal. Wow, those 2 Tekla cores are pretty serious. He's gonna take 2 here. And he might just be dead here. Yeah.
I think so.
Here's the
It's
fourth
insane.
action. All right, he's down to 4 action points here. For 2.
This definitely makes me want to play Dash
Yeah.
and Blitz. It's crazy.
I mean with 2 cards in hand, I don't know if he's gonna live. Depends if he can have enough resources to pistol like 5 or 6 times because he's still got Achilles accelerator and can pop those and get another action point as well.
Yeah, so 8 more damage potentially.
Yeah.
10. Right.
Pistol again.
She's got induction chamber as well. Like,
Yeah, this is gonna be brutal.
Does Dante take this one? Thinking about it. And then, like, even if Dante somehow survives this, which I haven't really, I can't do the math like super quick in my head just because I haven't seen this deck. But like, even if he does survive, the Tekla Core pops again on Vlas's turn. And he's just coming in again.
Here comes the pistol again. Now he's gonna block this one.
So
is it a blue? It's a blue. Oh.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's probably dead here, unfortunately.
Blocks for 2, so he can blank
2.
one of them.
The last, yep.
Well, Tunic and Tunic and Scaleless. He's also got induction chamber up as well here.
Takes 2 again, then he induction chambers.
And then we block.
Oh, I'll be honest with you. He should have Teklo Foundry Hearted there. Because then he could have popped Achilles accelerator. Yeah, there you go. Now you.
Yep, gain the action point.
Yep, now you gain another resource. You go to 2 because you can. Yeah. So he swings here.
Yeah, gain 1 action point off the Achilles accelerator.
Yep. Blocks, Achilles accelerator, and then pistol. Wow. Is it a sigil? It's not a sigil. Dude. That was insane. I mean, that's some pretty crazy draws, though. To draw 2 high octanes and have that kind of momentum, you know. I mean, that was pretty crazy.
Tekla off the rip too. Like, I mean.
Yeah, that's really good.
To get the other.
Wow. All right.
I mean, outside of maximum velocity, it has to be like one of the better turns you can have is aggro dash. That was ridiculous.
I think this dash is was this table 1? This was table 1, so this dash player is probably 5-0. Wow.
Yep, I think that's our 5-0 player right there.
This is an example. Great job to the player. This is an example of a deck that nobody has ever really seen like this deck go off like this. I think I mean people have probably seen it here and there, but I haven't seen it, and I've been playing in almost every skirmish that is available to play in. Usually what we see is like the plasma barrel shot, and they get something like the red thing, Yeah, the red thing, the item that what is it? Hyperdriver or something like that?
Yeah, Hyperdriver.
Yeah, Hyperdriver. Yeah, it gives them like a resource and stuff. So, man, that was crazy. Yeah, cheers to the Dash player for bringing in something new into the meta. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, sweet. All right, guys. So that's the end of round 5. So we're gonna be heading into top 8. Quick shout out to both Deck Edge and Red Riot Games for sponsoring this tournament. But we do have a big announcement for top 8. Is that we're actually gonna have a guest caster. Maybe you guys know him, maybe you don't. He's from this little podcast called Session Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you've heard of it.
Session Blood.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be awesome. We're super excited. We got Kieran. He's gonna be helping us cast the top 8.
Let's go.
Super happy you could join us. So yeah, man, can't wait.
It's awesome.
Really, really happy you could be here. So you guys are in for a treat.
Awesome. All right, guys, we'll be right back. right, we're live. What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Welcome to Top 8. We have our special guest with us, as you can see above me. Little guy called Kieran from a podcast that, I'm just kidding, everybody's heard about, Session Blood. Super happy that he could join us. Right as we're coming into Top 8 as well. And to speak about that, we've got Alex LaPlume on the right versus Davis Kingsley on the left, this is our week 1 Gauntlet champion versus our week 2 Gauntlet champion. Kano versus Dorinthia here. So you're coming into this match as a Dorinthia player. Let's get your thoughts first, Rob. Like, what are you thinking? Kind of what's your plan to win, and how are you approaching this matchup?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, let's see. So as the warrior player, you definitely want to go second here, and just apply pressure. You just need to not let the wizard have any room to breathe, any room to kind of set up. And this matchup, I think, has like a lot of variance played into it, where whoever if the wizard's just drawing like really good right off bat, that's really good. And also the Dorinthia player needs to draw the blues that it has in the deck to be able to effectively block the attacks.
Yeah,
Kieran,
I think it's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say, well, first of all, thanks for letting me jump on. And it looks like Kano's going first. It's going to be a very interesting matchup, I think. I believe early on, Kano was believed to be favored in this, but as the warrior builds have evolved a bit with some of these Go Tall warrior builds, I think the general consensus is it could even be a little bit Dory favored. We'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what kind of build Alex is running, whether he kind of goes with that. I've seen as little as 16 blues in the Kano deck, and then up to 22 as well. That 22 blue deck obviously kind of favoring the more of the OTK game plan. But looks like we're going to see a Voltic Bolt off the Kano here, which is never a bad turn 1.
Yeah, it looks like it could just be a good Voltic for 6 come out. He might even just let the blue Aether Flare just be banished potentially.
Yeah, for sure.
Blue what's it? Red Voltic Bolt is always a solid turn 1 play. For sure.
Yeah, so interesting. So he's decided to go for the blue Aether Flare here, which means he's going to have to pitch his last card to Voltic for 5.
Yeah. Opting to not have an arsenal here. I assume that last card must be, I guess, another blue.
Yeah, or potentially, I suppose, a red, and he just wants to get rid of those out of his hands.
Yeah, already doesn't want his arsenal.
I guess one thing he might be trying to bank on is just making sure he can get tower number 9 here to pitch out all his resource cards from his hand, and maybe try get him on a multi-red hand next turn.
Mm-hmm. Let me see the red overpower. And Singing Steelblade come. So floating 1 resource for tower. And we see, blue Voltic Bolt. And then we're going to see a Voltic Bolt for 5 here.
Yeah, and I think you guys called it right. I mean, that's 3 powerful cards that are now, going to go to the bottom of the deck for the warrior player here. So definitely interesting play from the Kano.
I think this will be a very important turn 1 here, to see, as Rob mentioned earlier, to see if Dorinthia can put the pressure on early. Because if you kind of bank out a bit on this turn, it gives the Kano player a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah. Do you think it's much more favorable for the Kano to go second rather than first, Kieran?
I've heard different thoughts on that, to be honest. Like, some players actually prefer to go first on Kano because, particularly if you're running more than just energy potions, if you're running time snaps as well, and again, allowing them to arsenal and get things down. In this matchup, I'm not actually 100% sure. And I can see, so he's pitched the blue and just come in with a Naked Dawnblade for 3. So, see here if the Kano player is willing to just potentially take up to 6. No, so they're choosing to block out.
With the red snapback as well. I would think with this Naked Dawnblade is sitting at 15, you would maybe opt to take that.
Yeah, it's
that was
real fast. Yeah, it's dangerous. I mean, like blocking from hand and turning on reprise here. We're gonna see this Singing Steelblade come out, and we'll see what comes after it.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand. We see the glint. Gotta draw off the reprise effect here.
Yeah, so assume tower number 9 has some sort of follow-up, like +3 attack reaction here at least.
Yeah, 100%.
The Kano player puts you now in a very tough spot because you're basically you can't really threaten too much. So you're either giving up the Dawnblade counter or you're keeping your 2-card hand to maybe Vault the Bolt or Aether Spindlebat next turn. Ooh, a second singing.
Oh, that's gonna be
Interesting.
spice. That's gonna be
Yeah.
spicy, boys.
It
Ooh.
was-
That must have been drawn off the glint because we saw him
it
pitch that
was.
turn 1 as well.
Yep, it was. So that was right off the top.
That's nice. So he shuffled and then drew it off the glint. Yeah, good call out there, Kieran. That's pretty wild.
That's coming in for 8 now, I believe. And also
Okay.
we've got Reprise on the Alpha Blood.
1, 2, 3.
5, 8. Yeah, so should be taking 2 here as the Kano.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm not
And if you
quite
can-
sure what's happened there.
Ping his life.
Oh no, the Red Iron Song.
Oh, to come over for 1.
One thing I
Yeah,
like
he
there
saw
is that number 9 chose not to use. Oh wait, sorry, what am I talking about? There is no Brave Forge Braces. Ignore me. It's like leaving that resource up. There we go. So we've got a turn 1 Dawnblade counter, and then the Kano player is going to have to pass and do nothing here.
Yeah.
I feel, Davis or TNN Talent Up 9 is like to say is definitely going to be feeling pretty happy about how that first exchange went.
Yeah, for sure. The Kano player definitely a tough spot. I mean, pretty much only getting a 2-tick tick up out of that and just got the 4-card hand. It has to try to defend against this this Dawnblade with a counter on it. I mean, potentially could be facing lethal damage here.
It's difficult, right? Because on Kano you've got one chance to block with equipment a game, and that's your Chinook. And with it on 2 counters as well, he's going to be a little bit. We see the early bolters. I like that head. You got to
Ooh.
really keep the pressure up.
Yeah, that's you can't in this matchup as the warrior player. You can't let the Kano have any room to breathe or think about being able to can't do Kano stuff. Ooh, we're gonna see a red overpower. This is brutal.
Oh man, that is a worst case scenario there.
Ooh.
Wow. So coming over for 1, getting the second counter. And the writing may be on the wall for Kano here. He's going to go up to the tunic counter on 3 and be able to arsenal that card most likely. But
Yeah,
it's going to be a tough spot.
we just see, as we mentioned, how it can be so dangerous blocking that naked Dawnblade. Had he not blocked it on turn 1, it may have been a Bolter's turn plus an Alpha Blood. At least you would have had a 4-card hand to threaten back. As it is, you kind of ended up with the worst of both worlds there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wondering what this last card is for him, whether it's going to be an energy potion or just a threat he's going to put in arsenal. But, Tome, draw 2.
Yeah, interesting here. Might be able to draw some blues. Might be able to do something off of Kano, just to kind of threaten some damage back. Okay, we see an eye. That's good.
Okay, it's a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
Just so tough at this point for Kano to put the pressure on. Dorinthia here is going to be happy pitching even just 1 card if need be.
Yeah, so there's the stir, but it's going to be stir into...
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's digging for. Potentially a Tome of Find Out or a Tome of Aetherwind is what he's looking for here, if he's got another blue in hand. So that would allow him to just keep on with the turn, hopefully draw more blues and get something going with that Sturdy Aetherwind.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, 100%.
The 3 counters on the 3 counters on Tunic would enable him to use that time. Oh, so he's left a card on top.
Yep, looks like it.
All right, we'll see what the card on top is.
That's Talismanic Lens gone too, so it'd be hard to do work on the Warriors' turn.
Yeah, there's a lot being put into this turn.
I think we probably would have seen if maybe the last card pitched already. Yep, I'm just gonna end and unfortunately have to lose the stir there.
Oh no, and no Arsenal either. So
Yes.
I'm wondering if that's a blue card or a potion or something.
Yeah.
I'm surprised if it was a blue card. I maybe would have thought he'd just blind Kano there. Ooh, now we've got an attack
agree.
coming in for 11.
11 with one card in arsenal and one card in hand for the warrior player here. I mean, Kano has no choice but to try to go off, but 18 is no small number with four
Yeah.
cards in
So
hand
it
and no
was a
information.
blue. Oh no, because if he pitched last turn, I would have thought he'd maybe go for it last turn to try get the stir off. But obviously, he figures maybe he'll try combo with 5 cards here.
Mhm.
This could be good. I mean, Tome is a great first card to hit off of
Yeah.
Kano. Let's see
I
what
mean, it's
this
5 cards,
is.
but yeah, no talismanic lens is definitely going to be rough here.
Ooh,
Blue
blue
snapback.
snapback. Think he needs something like some sonic booms.
Yeah, the out likely is a sonic boom chain, right? At this point, at 18.
There's a blazing aether.
Ooh, there's the blazing. Okay, now it's getting a little bit interesting. I feel he might need some sort of card draw or like the sonic boom, some sort of value to really get this going.
Oh,
Forks.
oh, is it enough to get there?
Surely not.
I
Right?
think he might. I think he's going to run out of resources to make something
Yeah.
happen.
He would definitely need like 2 blues in hand or a blue and like the Storm Striders to draw some cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So coming in for 4 here.
I would even Crucible with it.
Well, if you crucible it, yeah. I mean, so now it's just coming in for 6, and tower likely blocks this, or
He
maybe
just takes
doesn't.
it and then
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they just die.
It's unfortunate.
Block or doesn't block, it doesn't matter at that point, right?
Yeah, so I guess we just saw how quickly things can spiral out of control against Dorinthia, and I feel a lot of it, and not to sort of criticize the Kano play, because it's very, very difficult to block correctly and play a full game against Dorinthia, but I just wonder if that game might have gone a little bit differently had he chosen not to block that first Naked Dawnblade swing.
I wondered the same thing. Yeah, I think it was right at 15. If he health, he opted to block the Naked Dawnblade. And like you said, it would have just been bolters plus an Alfred Blood, which is, kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah, because you're actually kind of happy. I mean, you're not happy, but you're okay taking, away from 7 to 10 damage on turn 1 against Warrior, as long as you've got a decent enough hand to put a bit of pressure back on with. So, yeah, that was a slightly interesting play. I also considered turn 1, he actually ended up getting 1 less damage by choosing to play that Aether Flare.
Yep.
I wondered if it may have been better to just let that be banished and then just Volta Bolt for 6 instead.
Yeah, because surely by playing the Aether Flare, it's, I mean, first turn of the game, Warriors got 4 cards in here. Surely it's going to be blocked, right? Even with a full red hand.
Yeah, and it actually enables Warrior to filter their hand a bit more. Whereas you play the Voltic Bolt, and I mean, sure, they can filter out X amount of cards, but the Aether Flare into that, you're kind of really gambling on them be having like 4 reds or something in hand, or 3 reds and a yellow. Because whilst the 1 extra damage wasn't really relevant in this particular game, as I'm sure you guys know, when you're playing Kano, like every bit of damage counts. Like just being able to get that exact for lethal.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think, like you said the Kano, like, originally probably, I don't know if it was before the calling, but you said the matchup seemed a bit favored towards Kano, but as these Dorinthia builds have evolved, you said it's kind of maybe favored Dorinthia a bit more. What do you think has caused that? Like, what card includes, or is it just a play style that's adapted to play around what Kano's trying to do?
Yeah, I think just with the Dorinthia builds, just running sort of an increasing amount of attack reactions and just like really going for the most efficient damage builds possible. So you see things like Red Sharpened Steel, Red Warrior's Valor. You might see less things that are just fully dependent on reprise. Because when you have cards like Red Overpower as well, for example, it's a big commitment to play that card against Wizards because you're giving up 3 resources. But if they absolutely just don't want to block you, I think you're able to punish them more and more now on Warrior. So yeah, I think just maybe Warrior players refining their builds a little bit, potentially to primarily combat things like Ira. But I think against a deck like Kano, if your deck is able to threaten lethal damage on, say, like turn 2, which some of the more updated modern Ira builds can do, and much like some of these Warrior builds can do, you just like really limit their ability to set up. I feel like the more time you give the Kano player, the you're kind of reducing the amount of variance because they get to see more cards, they're able to sort of stack their pitch, get all the pieces into place. Whereas when you're just like putting foot on the gas turn 1 and on turn 2, you can say like, if you don't block correctly, I'm actually just going to kill you outright right here, right now.
Yeah, forcing those Kanos to play off the top of the deck is, yeah, I definitely felt it myself. I mean, never being able to kind of pitch for, I mean, any hope of OTKing against these tall Dorinthia builds is just sort of a pipe dream. And, as Ira has transitioned away from control into aggro, I mean, Needle and Snapdragon were hard enough, but I mean, these double Razor lists with all the Gogan, it's just, man, it's a lot.
Yeah, and I think we've seen Dorinthia builds as well, kind of up the blue count slightly from very early on in Blitz. So it's not uncommon to see Dorinthia players running like 16-ish blues or so, sometimes even a little bit more. Whereas, back in the day on Constructed Warrior, classic Constructed Warrior, you might see lists running like 15 blues or a little bit less. So I think just the combination with having these cheap, efficient attack reactions that don't necessarily rely on reprise. So, Stroke, Alpha Blood, better with reprise, but without it's still +3 damage. It just means that with a combination of a number of blues, so you're just able to, it's reasonably likely you actually have 2 blues in your hand, so you pitch a blue attack with Dawnblade, potentially threaten +6 if they don't block from 2 attack reactions, and still hold a blue in hand. It just becomes a little bit harder, I think, for Kano to find those windows to strip out your hand and put a lot of pressure on.
And how do you think Kano adapts to that meta? Does it play like a build with more reds and try, maybe try to high roll a bit more, or like what do you think Kano's fix is to decks like that?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I haven't played a ton of Kano myself. I've played it on and off. I do have a friend, Rohan Khanna, is a great Wizard player that lives here, a good friend of mine, lives here down in Auckland. So I'd probably have to talk to him a little bit more about that. I do think the blue heavy builds aren't necessarily bad, I think, against Dorinthia, because it makes when you're attempting to go off on their turn, I think it makes it a bit more consistent. Because you're more likely to have these 3 or 4 blues to set off these crazy combos. I think a bit of it is potentially just adapting to these Warriors playstyles. So like we saw in that game, just being willing to take 6 to 10 damage on a turn, and trying to think sort of 2 or 3 turns ahead. So saying like, look, I'll take 10 damage here, but I know I'm going to strip up to 2 cards from your hand next turn, maybe get a bit of opt going on. And then, like, when you come back in, I know I can put my Tunic in front of your Dawnblade. If you have +6, it puts me down to 1 or 2 life, but I can also then, like, go off on your turn. So, obviously with Kano, it's a very complicated deck to play. And I'm by no means, like, an authority on Kano and Blitz. But I think it's one of these things. I think with Dorinthia, it's one of the best examples of a deck that the more you play against it, the more you get used to the lines of play. The like easier the matchup becomes. Like it's never easy, but you start to identify like what they're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Like when you can get them in spots where like you make them say, well, okay, if I crack my refraction bolters and come back in here, like want to kind of put them in 2 minds, being like, okay, like they know that if they crack bolters, attack me again, use an attack reaction, they can drop me down to 2 life, but maybe that leaves them with like 1 or 2 resources open. And if I have 3 or 4 cards in hand, maybe I can threaten a bunch of damage back. So when you can kind of get into their head a little bit or put them in situations where they can't maybe efficiently trade damage as well as they want to, that could be a bit of a path to yes, maybe slightly improving that.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I mean, it's sick. I mean, it was a good game. It's cool to see, kind of our week 1, week 2 champion go up against each other. We definitely got a bit more than we bargained for. Everybody got a lot of analysis out of that one, which we don't usually do. But with a game like that, we had plenty of time left over. So I think, we're gonna move into the semis now. Before we go there, as usual, just want to thank our sponsors. Deck Edge, kind of being with us since day one. Opens Patreon slots just for this event. I recommend you guys check them out. Offers super affordable prices on that Patreon. You can always get below market price. Yeah, definitely check them out. And then Red Riot Games, our new sponsor. They have a tournament coming up on June 5th through 6th for 5,000 Canadian as a prize pool.
That's a big purse.
That's a big
Yeah,
purse.
that's a lot. That's a lot of money.
Hey,
Yeah.
but if I don't know if I'm going into that, I'm saying forget the money because first place gets a first edition case of Monarch.
Is it a
Is it a
case?
full case?
It's a
Oh.
full case, bro. So
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
we're talking maybe in a year
Yeah.
that thing's 4,000 plus.
Let's
That's some
go.
serious change, and yeah, I mean those guys. Obviously, I think we all know just love their play mats. Those alternate arts are so sick. So yeah, definitely check them out as well. But thanks for sticking around, guys, and we'll take a little break. We'll come back and see you in the semis.
Yeah. Shout out Red Riot.
Let's go. All right, guys. We'll be right back. All right, we're on now. Let's go.
Sweet. Welcome, guys. We're into the semifinals with Dante versus Wizard of Alf here. Dante on his patented Ira, and looks like we got another Kano matchup. And can't hesitate to mention just above us again is Kieran from Session Blood. Thank you so much for joining us, and yeah, welcome.
Thanks for having me. I think this is going to be a really appreciate being able to jump on the commentary and stream with you guys. So thanks for that. And this is going to be really fun to watch. Seeing the Ira vs Kano matchup. This is always like quite an exciting one. Do we know who has the dice roll here? So who is it seeded? So does Dante get to choose who goes first or second?
Yeah, it is seeded, so it should be Dante.
Yeah, Dante will get first there. Yeah, he's the higher seed. He'll get to choose.
Yeah.
Okay, I would be curious to see what he chooses to go first or second, because it's a little bit of debate about what the better one is. I do know a lot of Ira players prefer to go second in this, but we'll see.
I think he'll choose to go second. He's also on the aggressive Ira build with double razor in it, so I can't imagine. I have to imagine that list is much harder to deal with as Kano than the previous control builds.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see if he's playing the sort of list I've seen floating around online with double push the point and no sigils.
Yeah,
because he is okay. This will be fun to watch because this list runs about 14 blues. So we'll see how this holds up against Kano. Okay, so we see a snapback, so that's just going to be thrown out to get rid of it.
For two, yeah. Yeah, definitely the double razor is hard on the Kano end, but no sigils is super favorable for Kano. And we see Gazy at Aegis going to resolve here, opt to, and then come back to the hand.
Yeah, no, I really like this play because it kind of increases your chances of getting that potion into play turn one.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially just doing just making sure that you've got some blues set up for your next turn as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what it is. Boom, he called it. Potion,
there
turn one, baby.
There we go.
There it is. Oh, and he's doing it again.
Surely not a second one. Oh, he got the second potion.
Didn't even have to lens for that. That's insane.
It literally does not get better than that.
Now,
that is that's crazy.
This is great. Now we're playing Flesh and Blood, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a good one. I feel Kano's win rate has just like massively jumped from that. Like you cannot ask for a better turn one.
Wow.
100%.
Yeah, stir forked maybe, but still, this is pretty good.
That's pretty wild.
Yep. 4 resources available on demand to our Kano player here.
Oof. All right, we're gonna see a Kodachi, and then we'll see the needle.
I want to see if he blocks the needle or takes it here, because quite often it can be correct just to actually take that needle if you have a decent hand.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna
you see the red Voltic, so leads me to think that.
What else is in his hand? Getting rid of red Voltic, right? Jeez.
Yeah. Life for life is tough here.
Okay, so he's got no resources up. It doesn't have go again. He's got Snapdragon. Yeah, I'm interested to see how Kano chooses to block this. If they choose to block it at all. Because I think you can almost be happy just at taking up to 7 if they choose to razor it here.
We see the red Ether spin
gonna go to 1. Do you pop
maybe
the
a full red
scales? I don't know. You pop the scales here. This is, I mean,
it has to be favorable for the Kano.
Depends on what he has in his hand, but if he had like some kind of thread, I would pop the scales out. Doesn't pop the
If he had like a flying kick there, potentially, it could have been good because the Kano's not threatening. Now, I've got to think the Kano has like another red and a blue or something here. I'm just trying to figure out why they've blocked with the spindle and the bolted bolt, but
yeah,
could be playing a
double red.
Yeah, or potentially even a stir to Arsenal to set up for a big turn with those 2 potions. But I mean, you'd want to be trying to strip some sort of cards from the player here.
Okay. So we're gonna see
we're gonna see a Sonic Boom. This could be good. You know, at least one's getting over. Interesting. Here's where that that 14. Oh yeah, 14 blues.
Yeah,
yeah. That's rough.
14 blues. That's I mean, probably have on average like just over 1 per hand.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's gonna be easy to play for 1 here. Dante certainly takes this.
Now, I'll be really interested to see if Kano uses looks to aggressively use Talismanic Lens here, because I think it seems a pretty good time to. And also whether Dante chooses just pass with one card in hand.
See what he arsenaled last turn. See if he can still apply some pressure. Ooh, okay, E-strike.
Okay, but that
Wow,
that
okay.
shields down right there. I mean, E-strike for 7, right? So not even threatening lethal, just taking him down to 5, 2 potions on the field, and literally Dante is total shields down here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you almost have to lens here, unless you've got like you've totally bricked. You've got like 4 reds in hand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
okay,
gonna.
so electing not lens.
Ooh, Tome.
Okay, well this has worked out okay.
Who needs the lens when you've got the
when you
the
got
luck,
Tome right on top, right? Oh man, Kano's definitely getting every draw they want right here. I think for sure. I probably last turn, as the Ira player here, it looked like they arsenaled Enlightened Strike, and I probably would have cracked Snapdragon Scalers last turn and played Enlightened Strike, just to apply some pressure. You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be wrong, but
Yeah, so when they pop those Snapdragon Scalers, like maybe not versus Dante list, it kind of gives you a lot of rain to OTK because the Ira list is quite predictable. But with Double Razor in the deck, he still can present unpredictable threats at that. So maybe that was the right play. Playing the E-Strike out of Arsenal here is, I would say, is probably questionable with Kano on a full grip here. So
Yeah, now it's interesting. So we've seen the Red Voltic come out. Now there's still a potion and 3 cards in hand. We could easily see a very aggressive Storm Striders here, or perhaps a Talismanic Lens. There's just so many options here for Kano to like really, really punish the E-Strike play.
Yeah, Kano also opted to not Crucible here. Either that's because he needs the resource to Kano, but it makes me think that he has another threat in hand.
I do actually understand the E-Strike for 7 play here, because by pitching 3 reds, you've kind of indicated that you probably don't have the blue.
True.
Even if you had a blue and 3 reds, you kind of just pitch the blue there and then bluff with the rest of your hand. So I can understand E-Striking for 7 to put some sort of pressure on at least. Because if you have the other red in hand, what are you going to do? Like, just grant 1. Okay, so...
Push number 2, snapback for 4.
Okay, so what is this? 9 damage.
So it's gonna be Blazing Ether.
All right.
Blazing Ether.
Oh, it is. Goes to 1.
Dante down to 1. Talismanic Lens up. Surely this is looking fantastic.
Oh, so he
Wizard.
He went E-Strike 5, draw a card.
Oh,
he
okay.
did, and he held the draw.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Kano, you always hold the draw in that situation, but
yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is looking very, 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 very good for Kano here.
Yeah.
You still have lens up. Your tunic's going up to 3. You still have the tunic block up.
Yeah.
You forget to tick his tunic, or okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, we have the information that Dante is not playing the sigils, so I mean, I really don't see a way out for him here with Talismanic Lens up and Metacarpus nodes. I mean, so many things come over the top, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Basically, almost anything in the deck is going to come through for enough lethal, but see how they play this. Okay, leg tap for 4. I mean, I'd be inclined just to, Talismanic Lens, and potentially even just take this, but we'll see how it goes.
And we see a bottom, and is that going to be a top?
Yeah,
it is.
Looks like he likes it. He likes it.
We're going to take the 4.
I like this play of taking 4 here. You might as well, get more information.
Ooh, now this is good. This is push the point for 8. Is that right? Yeah.
That's 7, I believe.
7, and then Ira's ability makes it 8.
That's 6 plus.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can't count. What am I thinking?
So,
okay, so here comes.
Yep. Nodes, and there we go. Forked.
Ooh.
Ooh, and another, yeah.
Ouch.
3 forwards. Okay, well, I mean, I was pretty keen to see Dante play, but I suppose that was a little bit of an anticlimax. The Kano player just, I think the double energy potion turn 1 is just like, I mean, And I don't have the exact numbers, so I'm just gonna randomly guess here, but I feel that probably ups your win rate by like 15-20%, if not more, on the spot. Like that is really good.
Yeah, brutal. And obviously Dante didn't have any favorites come his way with those draws as well. It's
Yeah.
interesting how we go from kind of our game before this now to the semis and see like two polar opposites of Kano. One gets ran over and the other one just literally does the same thing back to the opponent in Kano
Yep.
style.
Absolutely. I think I do agree with Rob potentially there that Dante might have considered cracking the Snapdragon scalers early there, to then pull off the E strike for either 5 draw a card or just for the straight 7 to put pressure on. At that point, Ken only had 2 cards in hand and 2 energy potions up, but if they crack the potions that early, you're probably not that worried. At the same time, I do understand holding the Snapdragon scalers because you're probably thinking, oh, drop some blues in my turn. If I drop enough to like not just get blown out by this 2 card Kano hand, like they've got 2 cards they block with 2 reds. We're probably expecting worst case something like a Lesson Lava or a Sonic Boom. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, like I pitch a blue, block the Sonic Boom, hopefully don't get hit by another card. On my turn, I then strike for 5, draw a card with Snapdragon Scalers online. Oh, and that puts a lot of pressure on Kano there because you're looking at, you've got 3 cards, you E-strike, you've still got 2 cards in hand, you've got to draw on the stack, you've got Snapdragons up. Unfortunately, that kind of all went the wrong way when we had to pitch 3 reds to the Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean brutal draws for Dante, but I mean that's probably one of the first times I've seen energy potion Kano off on turn 1. Actually, it is the only time out of probably 200 games.
It's one of those
nuts.
things, right? It's like Blitz, if you just draw like that, and like, I know the game's not really designed where like variance is really, a big deal. At least in Classic Constructed, there's little to no variance, that's impactful. But like in Blitz, you see sometimes like those random turn ones where like you get double sigil or something, and you can use them, and like right off bat, or like this double energy potion. I mean, that's just insane, unheard of. It just never happens,
Yeah, because I'm just wondering if I could look up the stats for that quickly. Because, yeah, I mean, the advantage of having that op, so you're basically playing off 6 cards in your deck. Yeah, I mean, obviously, getting double potion is still pretty unlikely.
Yeah, yeah, and he didn't even crack the lens. That's the thing. Like, he just.
I just ripped her right off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
good.
think it's about 2% to get both those potions, if my math is correct.
Yeah.
So it's not like it can happen, but it's one of those 1 in 50 games kind of thing. And
Yeah.
unfortunately for Dante, this was the one.
Yeah. Did he have Gaze the Ages? The Kano player have Gaze the Ages? He did, right?
He played Gaze the Ages, and in response to Snapback, he did put 1 card in the bottom. So I don't think those energy potions were technically right next to each other. I think they were 1 card apart.
Yeah.
But yeah, he didn't know about the second, I believe.
So the second was just like super, super lucky there, right?
Yes, the second one is just kind of you say, okay, I'll kind of see what I get, and you're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah,
Nice,
yeah,
like,
let's go for sure.
I can't know the victory. Sick.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised that game. I mean, and again, I say I'm not like a Kano authority that the talismanic lens wasn't cracked a little bit more aggressively, choosing to play off the top of the deck when I think that might have been the E-strike turn from Dante. It turned out all good anyway, so it is what it is. But I just would think sometimes in that spot where they're down to 0 cards in hand, they're totally shields down, that can be a position where it's just
crack the
like
lens.
crack your lens and say, let's go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
But yeah, those 2 epochs just give you so much room to do whatever you want. It's great.
Yeah, 4 resources at your disposal, instant speed is just it's nuts. I feel like 2 is nuts. So if you have 4, it's crazy. But I mean, crazy game, and obviously excited to see Wizard in the final for the first time in FAB Gauntlet, so that'll be sick. And what we're looking at right now is table 1. Okay, let me be right back. Actually, sorry guys, I want to make sure they don't start. If you guys can close it out for me.
Yeah, I don't think that they have started just yet. So yeah, we'll just take a quick little break real fast, and then we'll be right back with the finals, guys. All right?
Sweet, can't wait. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. All right, and we're back for the finals.
Hi guys, welcome to the finals. We have Kingsley Tower number 9 on the left here, our current Discord champion. So he won week two of Gauntlet, facing up against Wizard of Alf, who you just saw burn out Dante in the course of probably less than 10 minutes. Once again, I want to introduce our guest caster, Kieran, above me. I'm super happy that you came to join us and excited to dig into this Wizard a bit more.
It's gonna be a sweet game, and thanks for having me. And I suppose we're doing a bit of a rerun of the quarterfinal, where Tower number 9 played against another Wizard player, and it just kind of ran over them. It seemed in sort of 2 or 3 turns. We'll see if Wizard of Alf can flip the script a little bit there. We did note in that first game it was maybe a potential early block that went the wrong way that really hurt the Wizard player. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, just gonna quickly probably KO out double EPOT, right? That's
well, you got a Toma Aether win right off bat. That's a great card to hit.
It's not bad. No, my friend Rohan messaged me in the intermission saying, "What are you doing telling people that it's story favored? He reckons Kano still has the advantage here." So I guess we'll see. We'll see.
I like the enthusiasm. I'm a Dory player myself, so any kind of extra chances we get, man, we'll take it.
So we've seen the time of Aetherwind here.
Draw 2, yeah, plays the Rousing Ether here.
I think this it shows the strength of Rousing Aether Blue. I think in Kano decks, it's so good because obviously it's just a random blue card, but the fact that it buffs up your next sort of Wizard spell or non-attack action, if you will. So it's almost like kind of like a fake 3 damage. Like Vaulted Bolt Blue does 3. This one kind of does 2+1 almost if you have another follow-up, which I really like about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those auto includes as a blue almost. It's blues that when they're played out, do something are just fantastic. I mean, this does more than just rip cards out of your opponent's hand, which that Voltic Bolt blue kind of does. Just kind of takes a blue out of their hand. But this rousing is going to make that next one be a +1, so it can be quite significant.
Yeah. He's CNC pitch there. Okay, I didn't realize he was playing that one.
He is.
Ooh,
Yeah.
so now we've got a Voltic Bolt for 6 coming through.
For 6 or for 7?
Because of rousing Aether, right? Makes it.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be
sorry.
7.
Apologies, it's a 7.
Mm.
Here we go. 4 damage on turn 1.
Yeah, Wizard also has a nice stack of 4 blues on the bottom of his deck.
Absolutely, and I feel like that last card in Town Out 9's hand's potentially going to be red, but we'll see. He managed to get rid of 2 reds from his opening hand. Like we mentioned last time, you really need to put some early pressure on, and I think Spore's War is a pretty good way of doing that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, having that that unconditional go again, especially if he's playing 1 or 2 Command and Conquers. I want to say he's playing 2, but I'm not 100% sure. I looked at his list like last weekend when we were playing some skirmishes, and he's got almost like a little mix of mostly go tall, but he's got some go wide stuff, which is pretty cool. So
Now, I was going to say, I like that decision from Wizard of Elf just to take the 5 damage there.
Yeah,
I feel like
100%.
you got through some early damage on turn 1. If you're reasonably happy with your opening hand, you might just say, look, I'll take 5 plus potentially 6 on the second swing with a red attack reaction. I take 3, that's really good for me.
oof.
Yeah, I mean, I think
There you
Kieran's right
go.
here. He gets the counter. I mean, you're totally fine with this as Kano. He got him that early damage, so he needs to be able to keep up the pressure from his side, or we're just going to see kind of a repeat of the quarterfinals.
Exactly. So, like, I think the Kano play here, if they can strip sort of maybe 2 cards and probably get through, they probably want to get through like 4 to 5 damage here. Really put them in that like stir forked like danger zone.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting. You're definitely getting at least one damage through with Sonic Boom. That's what's going to happen here. And interesting to not see Lens. I think just to
I think
make
it's too
sure.
early to.
Too early.
To
Yeah.
Yeah, too early
Yeah.
to lens in response to Sonic Boom trigger. I mean, like Kieran said, you get him down to the 10, that 10, 11 range. You're getting him in. Wow. Okay. Nice. You get him in forked, stir forked range. Just kill him straight out.
And this puts this is a difficult decision point for Dorinthia here because you see another 3 damage coming through. You don't really want to drop to 11, but if you pitch another blue from your hand, like probably unlikely that you have more than 2 blues. So you see Dorinthia player choose to take it here, and this is probably going to be the critical turn of the game, which is kind of funny because it's turn 2 for Dorinthia. But I think here you can threaten lethal with just a Dawnblade plus attack reaction. So I am interested to see if Wizard of Alpha considers blocking with the Tunic here, just to put it like just above that +3 breakpoint.
Yeah, most likely. Right?
Potentially, block up with your hand to save a bit of just things off for a later turn.
Yeah, one thing to know is we do know that one forked is on the bottom of the deck. He did pitch it last
Yeah.
turn.
Saw that.
Yep.
I wonder what this.
I do wonder what he.
Yeah, I think we're thinking the same thing, right? What's in Arsenal over there?
Yeah, I'm thinking like could it be something like Stir or Cindering Foresight, something along those lines. Something like Aether Spindle potentially would be fine as well.
Yeah, cracking the lens in response to this.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, okay, so it's looking to go off. Yeah, it's interesting that he chose to get rid of the forked there because you're kind of thinking if you Arsenal the forked and draw a Stir, then that's can be enough to get through for lethal if you draw the right combination of resource cards.
And you just have to wonder what he kept over the Stir, right? Like, what did he value more? Sorry,
He kept over the fork.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say I think it's Stir. Yeah, it tripped up my head. But yeah, was that a double top by the way?
Yeah, so he left both cards on top.
Yeah, less than lava.
It was.
Probably gonna see a double Kano maybe.
Lesson for
Oh no.
for 5. Huh.
Yeah, now this can set up a few different things here. So he's got no resources open, but he's still got Striders up, so he has access to something like, a Chain Lightning. He could go like Chain Lightning into Blazing Aether. He could fetch up like another lesson. A lot of options here. Could fetch up a ton of Aetherwind to keep his turn going.
Mm-hmm. Cool. It's the blue.
Oh, so he did hang on to 2 blues, right?
And I do quite like that because the snapback as well, it's kind of like vanilla Kano damage. It's not getting anything on unless like they were to crack the Striders and throw out a Blazing Aether. Where I think Talon 9's kind of identified here that by keeping multiple blues in his turn when he's the active player, it can help him offset these kind of big combo turns.
Ooh.
Blazing. Oh, okay. So
Okay, did he fetch it up off lesson, or did he just know it was?
No, so,
So he
Kano-
Kano'd in response
He's
to
Kano'd
the
in
lesson.
response-
Yeah.
Kano in response to the lesson. Lesson hits for 2.
One option here is time at eighth one, yeah, because that lets him pitch time and actually potentially just block with 2 cards if he really wanted to. Or just continue his turn going,
Draw
if
2,
he
okay.
if he draws the right cards.
Mm-hmm.
Still has Striders up as well. Your blocking can be a bit risky because you're open to route for lethal. A few things really.
yeah, this is gonna be interesting. If you draw
Draw,
into
I suppose, is
reds here, that might be kind of just dangerous for the wizard player. Not having resources to really continue the turn. I think it really depends on what's in arsenal here, right?
Absolutely, and I'm very curious to see what got left in Arsenal.
Well,
Blocking for 6.
Okay, so that's what happened. Yep.
mm-hmm.
Draws double red off the tome.
So we'll see
Ooh.
what what would be devastating here is something like a Twinning Blade. There's probably a few things that could be quite bad, but
Oh, that's good. That'll get him over.
yep.
Now he's got go again. I think you just need to get in as much damage as you possibly can right here, right?
Could play Command and Conquer here.
Yeah, or if he has any red attack react, this is lethal here.
Lethal, yeah. Even with putting Tunic in front of it.
Yeah, interesting. He didn't decide to throw the Tunic in to potentially stop that +3 red react there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I know it is so tempting to keep it with 2 counters. Now we'll see.
So interesting to throw the Tunic now though, because it doesn't do anything, right? Still put you in the same spot.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd actually because like it's gonna kill you anyway. The a +3 react. I don't think they run anything that's like +2 damage.
Yeah.
So he took 1 off blazing.
I understand why he kept the Tunic, is that he wanted to keep it for when the counter came, but yeah, obviously punished there, and then opting to block with it on the second attack is it's really odd. It kind of feels like a a bit of remorse for not blocking at first. So he just decided.
I'm wondering if he has something like a Tome of Findale in Arsenal, which can maybe explain why he chose to pitch the Fork over that and also keep the Tunic there. But if you do have that, I would have thought blocking with Tunic the second time round necessarily the correct play. Ooh, this is really interesting. So this is just straight up representing lethal.
Yep. It's,
so we'll just have to see.
You're gonna have to go for it here, right? This is it.
100%.
I think one thing as well that Town Number 9 could easily have a blue in hand here. So by pitching the Command and Conquer, you might try and like bait them into making the wrong play by thinking, he's pitched the red, so therefore must have two more reds in hand, but could very easily have like 2 blue cards in hand or blue in an attack react here, anything along those lines. By pitching the red first, it's interesting because you're revealing some sort of information on the total amount of resources you have available, but at the same time you can bait them into a misplay. It's kind of a bit either way.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely like the red pitch. I totally agree with that. You wanna it goes along with the whole warrior theme, right? Of like bluffing your opponent. Do you have the reaction? Do you not? Do you have blues in hand? Do you not? You just pitch the one resource and you don't give any information up, I think.
Okay, we
And
should
one
have
thing is here, the
resistance
Wizard player could easily win from the spot. I mean, Town of Mine's on 8 life. That's not a whole lot. Okay, so the Spindle. It's a card chosen to put an arsenal over the forked.
Yeah. Yeah, so it does sandbag the blue there, like we expected.
Hmm.
Opt 2 off of this. Double bottom.
That's the thing there. If Kano had like the stir fork combo, it's just straight up lethal in that spot.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was saying like the game, it might look like on up nine's like winning and representing lethal in life, but this is still a very close game potentially.
It's going to be a blind Kano off the top. And that's not it.
Oh, and that's not going to do it.
No. That's going to come in for lethal.
Yep, and that's game.
Oh, tower number 9, sorry, remains the Discord champion. Wow, what kind of pretty good consistency. This guy winning tournaments back to back, week 2 and 3.
Yeah, so we just saw like the it's like we were talking a little bit about earlier, just Dorinthia with enough blues to really be able to block significant amounts of damage from the Kano player. It's that was again quite a cool game to watch though, because like we were saying, even though Tower number 9 was quite far ahead there, any point the Wizard player with the right hand can really just go for gold and try kill you.
Yeah, as soon as tower's on 11, right, the stir forked is gonna be lethal. What do you think about the Wizard's option to put the Aether Spindle and Arsenal over the forked and pitch the forked?
Yeah, that's quite a tough one for me, because the thing is, if the warrior player there, right, decides to pitch a blue to block the snapback, so they stay out of stir fork range, then you're probably happy with that outcome as well, because when they pitch 2 blues from their hands, it feels like statistically they're probably unlikely to have the 3rd blue in their hands, so their turn's going to be somewhat limited because of that. And then on the alternate side, if they choose not to and you just arsenal the forked lightning, then you can really you can play actually a lot more defensively. It gives you the option to then sort of 3 or 4 card block Dorinthia hands, and that does leave you open to like the old Glint the Quicksilver, or sort of go again Twinning Blade play for a blowout. But in saying that, it gives you more flexibility to play a slower game if you need to, because you're kind of thinking, yes, they might have sigils, and I need to take into account that, but I can also play quite defensively, just chip a little bit more damage, and then at some point, if their shield's down, if they go for an attack react for lethal, or I just know they don't have the sigil, I can just kill them at any point with stir forked. So it's a tough one for me to say. And again, like Wizard players have their reasons. Aether Spindle's a very, very good card to have Arsenal, in order to at any point go not Snapdragon, Stormstriders into sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Stormstriders into the Aether Spindle. If you catch them off guard and you can sort of opt 5 or opt 6 even.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
That can actually just win. Yeah, that can just win you the game on the spot. You catch the Dory player getting a little bit greedy, you get an opt 5 off, and that can just win you the game by setting up your next few turns. In that particular spot, like, I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to second guess the Wizard player. I mean, they made the final. Obviously, they're pretty good. They know what they're doing. I just wonder if that might have been a consideration to think about putting that fork down to say, if they take this, then I can come in for lethal with stir forked.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you.
I think you
kind of turtling up there, but against tower number 9's list, I mean, you got Glint into Command and Conquer as a possibility as well after an overblock.
Absolutely. I think you made a good point as well that once the fork lightning being pitched to play that snapback, that might have actually influenced Tower number 9's decision potentially whether to prevent that damage or not. Thinking I've seen one fork go to the bottom now, so maybe there's a lower chance that I just get burned out for lethal by that one combo. At the same time, I feel like he may have just taken the damage anyway and chosen to hold multiple blues for his own turn. So saying to the Kano player, look, I'm going to hold 3 cards in hand. I'm going to make these decisions more difficult for you. If you try to combo me, I've got multiple blues to stop like quite a lot of damage. Because you can imagine if you pitch to prevent that snapback, and then on his turn he only has 1 blue and comes in with a Dawnblade, and then is facing down lesson of lava into like double blazing or something like that, or lesson into another spell into blazing, it would be a lot more scary.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy to see this matchup and how it evolves. I just Wizard's just one of those classes. Like as soon as you think you know it, there's so much more depth. Even after 100 or 200 games, I mean, it just keeps going deeper.
Definitely. That's why, like, I don't want, like I said, I don't want to be second guessing Kano players too much because, you know, a lot of them are probably a lot better than I am on Kano. So far be it for me to criticize, like, watching this game from the abstract and saying, why didn't you do this? But yeah, like, there's so many lines of play in that deck that it can be very, very difficult, particularly against when you're playing against these reasonably aggressive decks like the Renthia and the more modern Ira builds that any point can threaten to blow you up for lethal. So it's you know, it's easy sitting on the sidelines to criticize. I understand it. There's a lot of pressure when you're actually sitting there playing.
That's your job, though.
Yeah.
All right, for sure. Yeah, with that, I mean, big congratulations to Tower Number 9 again, back-to-back Discord champ. You know, really, really, really well played. I'm excited to see him, and you know, the next one to see if he's dethroned or if he, you know, stays our champion for, you know, who knows how long. And you know, quick shout out to the sponsors, Deck Edge. Thanks so much for putting up the, you know, box for the winner, and same with Red Riot Games. Definitely go check both of them out on their respective socials. And you know, huge thank you to Kieran from Session Blood.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we always say that, Kieran. Why don't you plug yourself, plug your socials, kind of put it all out there.
Okay, I just want to say big thanks to you guys for inviting me to come on do some commentary today. I've had a great time. Yeah, so I run the Session Blood podcast with my good friend Carol. So we've got a YouTube channel, Session Blood, or Session Blood on Spotify. And yeah, I just want to give a big shout out as well to Tower Number 9. Like you said, for taking down this tournament. I feel he's been like a long time sort of community stalwart. You know, he's been around for quite a while. He's been loyal to Dorinthia. I know he's put up a lot of articles, a lot of videos, really sort of helping people out, get into the mind of how to play that class. So keep doing what you're doing. Big congrats for me. And yeah, I think that's it from my side. And shout out to your sponsors.
Yeah. Those are the guys that make it possible. I mean, we couldn't do it without them. And also big thanks to Alex with Plume for being a tournament organizer and AJ for judging. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to kind of make this possible, and we can't thank those guys enough. But yeah, with that, you know, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next week to see who becomes you know, the Discord Gauntlet champion.
Absolutely.
Just gotta do one more thing. I've got to for my guy Rob. I gotta give the handshake.
Let's go. We got the handshake.
Let's go.
Handshakes. Let's go, baby. Thanks so much, man, for coming in and hanging out. And I really appreciate it, man. You're awesome. You know what you and Carol do with the Session Blood podcast, man. It's excellent. You know, when I got into the game, that was something I was listening to religiously, and was like the first piece of you know, some insight into the game. It definitely gave me, you know, the resources to be able to think about the game differently and see it from somewhat like your guys' point of view. So that was awesome. So I really appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us, and keep doing what you guys are doing, man.
Awesome, sweet ass. Well, again, thanks for having me. Had a good time.
All right, guys.
See you guys next week.
Peace.
Yep.